I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Peace, family. Peace, family. Peace, family. What's going on? Port City vibes, y'all. Port City vibes, y'all. Coming right black at y'all with this African history, culture, and motherfucking greatness. Everybody, do me a favor and go ahead and hit that like button. If this is your first time seeing us, go ahead and subscribe. If you love African history, culture, and greatness, you are in the right spot. And you will not be cheated out on your history lessons, okay? I appreciate everybody stopping in today. It's been a long week, but we are all here. Shout out to everybody that has transitioned from TikTok to the YouTube, where we push even harder over here, family. Shout out to the Adjustment Syndicate. We got the family in the green room right now. Shout out to the chat. Peace to the chat. Taylor, we see you in the chat. Shout out to you, sis. We see all of y'all out in the in the comment section. Thank you guys for all of y'all support. We are on volume 15. We are moving right past these jive ass turkeys. You heard? Right now, I'm gonna bring out the family. They've been patiently waiting in the green room. So without any further ado, I'm gonna bring out Professor Push and Big Push coming to the stage. What's up, fellas? What the hell is going on?
Peace to the chat. Welcome back.
Yeah. 15, y'all.
Another one.
We on volume 15. Crazy. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get rolling while we on. We on, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to get going. Y'all gotta bear with me, man, for real, because these primaries, um, there's a lot of them, and then trying to organize them and shit is quite a challenge. But we gonna talk about it. We definitely gonna talk about it. Today, the name of the presentation is did the Atlantic slave trade happen? Right? I don't even know why that's even a question. But if you spent a lot of time on TikTok, you can understand why the title of this live is titled, Did the Atlantic Slave Trade Happen? There's no damn doubt that the Atlantic slave trade happened, family. There's so much damn evidence that you guys about to see, it's going to blow your mind, right? If you do not think, if you think it didn't happen, right? If you one of those that think the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen, you lost your damn African mind. I'm gonna keep it real, especially if you Black and saying that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over a little bit of information. Some of the stuff the family has seen before a little bit because the history don't change. Just, you know, especially the stuff that has been down. So if you've seen it before, good. If you haven't seen it before, that's great. You can support us, you know, via Cash App. We appreciate you guys, all of y'all support up until this time. We don't ask for nothing, but if you're gonna support us, we appreciate you guys with the Cash App. If the links, can y'all put those links down there? We'll appreciate that too. Shout out to everybody that has participated in the purchase of Mo's book. He is an author. All right, this is what we do. So make sure y'all get a copy of my man's book whenever you guys get a chance. All right, and stop by portcityvibe.com, get you something nice. All right. Let me go ahead and keep pushing. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. I know you're like, why is he talking? He just talking. I'm gonna go back to we're gonna go back to I got some slides, I guess, original slides. Where we at? Dang it. I'm gonna try to go. Where is it? All right. I gotta go all the way back up here. Now, a lot of you guys might have seen these slides before, but I just want to take it back to the tizzy top. The slave trade, did it happen? And where are the slave ships? The breakdown as far as the slave trade, I want you guys to keep in mind, okay? They had different syndicates and shit, right? Different organizations that try to make a business into the trade. And I just wanted to go over and touch bases with these again, y'all. We got the Society of Merchant Ventures. I need you guys to go ahead and take a look at that group. We got King James II and the Royal African Company. The Royal African Company participated in the slave trade. Okay. The French East Indian Company. These are companies that you guys need to look up to get a good understanding of who was involved. Follow the money. You need to look at the French West Indian Company. You got to look at the Dutch East Company, the South Sea Company, and we need to talk about Bartholomew de la Casa and what did he suggest as far as our enslavement is concerned. We need to look at the Christian Church and the Pope. We need to look at Bristol and Liverpool. Those were the shipbuilders. And we need to know what a letter of marque is, and we need to get into privateering. So hopefully I can break down some of that. I'm gonna go over some of these sides right quick. This page right here comes from volume 1 of the Documents Illustrated of the Slave Trade by Elizabeth Donan, right? And I just want to read the first introduction of this thing, right? Just so we can kind of have a grasp on how the transatlantic slavery initiated in America, right? It says the Documents Illustrated of the History of the Slave Trade to America. I suggest you get this book. This is part 1, talks about from 1441 to the 1600s, introductions with the origins of the institution of slavery and of the traffic in slaves. The document here presents do no deal. Neither slavery nor the slave trade was new to mankind in 1441. So right here, it's telling you, yes, slavery existed well before 1441. It says the date of the first narrative here printed for perhaps 5 centuries, trade routes from Central Africa to East and North had been kept open, and slaves had been carried through Eastern ports, right? Slave has been carried through Eastern ports in the rest of the world. Some of them undoubtedly finding their way to the markets of Western Europe. The modern traffic, which is here presented, though it for a time made use of some of the facilities of their earlier trade, was not merely a continuation of the old, with a change in direction which turned the slave coffles from east to west. I need you to understand that. From east to west, meaning the slave trade started in the east and it eventually got to the west. It says, nor was the 15th century trade simply the rest of a change in the method by which the slaves was transported. It says the fact that after 1444, listen to me, slaves were carried from the African coast by water rather than over land would scarcely justify one in regarding the 15th century as the beginning of a new commerce. I want that to sink in. It's telling you that there was a shift in the commerce, right, that happened around 1444, where slaves were carried from the East Coast by water rather than over land. So prior to 1444, enslavement was going on, right? But they weren't going over there by water. Okay. And it says, yet one may without doing violence to the fact consider 1444 as the inauguration of an essential new thing in the history of the Western world. That is the modern traffic in Negroes, right? It was then that the Europeans themselves first carried slaves from Africa to be sold in European markets. Within a dozen of years, the traffic in Negroes had become an accepted and profitable part of the European commerce. The privilege of carrying them beyond eagerly sought. The conjunction in a single half century of the discovery of an immense new labor supply and of a new comparatively empty continent in which such a supply could be profitably utilized gave an importance and a preeminence to this branch of trade which had Europe alone, would it say, been the event it could never have attained. To examine the origin of this modern slave trade, one must turn first to the exploration, right, of the West African coast from which came the supply. The West African coast from which came the supply, and the next introduction of Negroes there attained into the West. All right, this right here telling you straight up that in 1441, slavery was already existed, but at this time, the slave trade that was going on in the East eventually got to the West, and that's when you see the emergence of Africans being shipped by water. Now, these are the documents illustrated. We're going to go into this a little bit more later. I'm going to go over these slides just again. It says that thousands shipped yearly, the Portuguese making their gain by Negroes foolish and despiteful wars. See, this right here is telling you that we had wars amongst each other right here. I copied this one for a reason. It talks about wars that already was in Africa. Okay, I'm not going to sit up here and say it was a Pan-African world in Africa. We beef all the time. You beef with your cousin all the time about stupid shit. What makes you think we wasn't beefing back then about stupid shit? But the white man took these stupid beefs and they played us. Gave one of us a gun against our brother. Gave one of us a gun, gave the other one a Bible, and made us fight it out. Let me see here. A person in history you guys need to know: John Baptist Colbert, general of the finances under Louis the Ninth, held almost all of the great offices of the state over the course of his career. Considered an accomplished manager, he was responsible for developing trade, industry, and the merchant navy, modernizing Paris and backing new advances in the sciences. Colbert was one of Louis's most trusted advisors and stayed in constant contact with the king. I believe that's King James, involved in the slave trade. That's where we get the Royal African Company from. This right here is William U. Lennox. He was part of the West Dutch Indian Company that established in New York. William U. Lennox was a Dutch merchant, investor, diplomat who was instrumental in drawing both Dutch and Swedish attention to the importance of the New World. U. Lennox was the founding father of the Dutch West Indian Company. This is how important this particular information is, because the Dutch West Indian Company was a company that set themselves up in New York, and they was all about trading and enslaving Africans. Now, we went over this before. This is a little refresher from that, right? Who's the Dutch West Indian Company? Dutch West Indian Company, right? Charter West Indian Company was a charter company of Dutch merchants as well as foreign investors. Among its founders was who? William U. Lennox. Wow, imagine that, right? It was granted a charter for the trade monopoly in the Dutch West Indies by the Republic of the Seven United Netherlands and the given jurisdiction over the Dutch participation in the Atlantic slave trade. Family, welcome to New York City, because this is what this was about. All right, now look at this ship right here. When you look at this ship, I want you to look at the flag. This ship is a New Netherlands ship. The same flag that you would see flying in New York is the same flag that you would see on this ship, because the people that colonized New York came from New Amsterdam. The Bronx flag, if you look at that flag real close, you will see there are similarities between the two. Inspired by the Dutch West Indian Company flag, the Dutch West Indian Company headquarters in New Amsterdam. Take a look at the flag on the left. Peter Stuyvesant, acting director of New Netherlands between 1647 and 1664. He was heavily involved in enslaving Africans sent from Angola on a ship called the White Pearl, right? He was the one that signed for all of this stuff. They all say it didn't happen. I'm just now getting started. This right here is a page 191 out of the laws and ordinances of New Netherlands, right? And this is Peter Stuyvesant's signature signing for Negroes off of the little ship White Pearl. I've read this several times throughout the course of us talking about this history. All right, this is Peter Stuyvesant. Who was he? This is his statue still right now standing today. We're saying, what happened? Where the slave ships at? We can go right now in New York City and find this dumbass statue standing up there, right? Page 191 in that book. He's signing for this on August the 6th, 1655. Peter Stuyvesant is signing for Negroes to come from Africa on a ship called the Pearl. Right? Right here, we're talking about letters of marque. Ships were pirated. You had pirates, and then you had privateers. Peter Stuyvesant again, trying to get permission. The commission to appoint and consider the 9 points of the descriptions concerning privateering or selling by letters of marque. Selling by letters of marque, meaning you have a permission slip from your government to commandeer another ship and all of the cargo that's on there. What cargo are we talking about? We're talking about Negroes. If you look up here, number 6, however, the Negroes captured with the prizes taken at sea may be sent with the knowledge of the government in Brazil to such places as purchasers choose. So that means anybody that was on these ships that Peter Stuyvesant signed for to get kidnapped, gone straight to the colonies. All right. And I ain't going to get into the beaver trade and all of that. We're talking about the orders of Christ. Orders of Christ, right? Established in Portugal. The military orders of Christ, family, right? Active in 1318, right? This was a military order. The Crusades. Military order of Christ the military order of Christ. The military order of Christ is a former order of the Knights Templar, and it was reconstituted in Portugal before 1910, and it was known as the Royal Military Order of, the Royal Military Order of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the Order of Knights and our Lord Jesus Christ. Damn, that's a long ass Christian title. But anyway, this is how Christianity came down to Africa. It was by Prince Henry. He was a part of this crew. This is what the orders of Christ looked like when they came to Africa, family. They were wearing these crosses with the cloaks on them in West Africa when they got there. Let me see. A lot of this stuff I'm going to skip over. That's Bartholomew de la Casa, for those who don't know. This is Bartholomew de la Casa. He was a sympathizer for the indigenous, because whenever he went with Christopher Columbus on his third voyage, he saw all of the horrific things that the Portugal Spanish was doing to the indigenous. This is probably one of the only books that I read that I couldn't, man, it had a hard time digesting it. I felt sick to my stomach, because they said they had slammed the babies against the rocks. They said they had stuck whole villages of people in huts and they lit the shit on fire. That's what type of Christians these were when they came in here. But he was a sympathizer. Bartholomew de la Casa became a defender of the Native Americans. He witnessed firsthand the deplorable conditions in the Caribbean. But he suggested that these niggas be enslaved instead. That was him. Why did they come to Africa? What's the reason? Was it for slaves or was it for gold? The original reason why we were a target was because of gold. They heard stories of Mansa Musa disrupting the economy down there, spreading gold every damn where. And you know how we like to flex. We like to show off. People see it and they wanted to, come down there and get a piece of what we had. All right. The Mali Empire collapsed in 1460 following the civil wars, the opening up of the trade routes elsewhere, and the rise of the neighboring Songhai Empire. Okay, so at the fall of the Mali Empire, you had the rise of the Songhai Empire. But in between that opened up some of those trade routes to allow some of those Europeans to penetrate within the Sahara of Africa. What's this right here? We got the Liverpool privateers. This is a good book right here. This talks about the privateering. I'm gonna go, okay, real quick. I do want to go over this. They were branding us, okay? This talks about the branding marked on the right buttocks. That's what they say. A few persons in the country ever, what was it, 1766. This book is out of the Liverpool Privateers. This is another good book, page 551 of the book, Liverpool Privateers. It says, as a few persons in this country ever saw a bill landing for human beings shipped on the board of a British vessel engaged in the audious traffic, we append a copy of an original bill of landing for slaves shipped for Georgia, right? It says shipped by the grace of God. Ooh, they like to do that. They like to put God on that shit. God on your enslavement. Ain't that something? In good order and well conditioned by James upon a good ship called the Maryborough, whereof is master under God for this present voyage, Captain David Morton, and now riding the anchor at the bar of Senegal, and by God's grace bound for Georgery in South Carolina, to say 24 prime slaves, 6 prime women slaves being marked and numbered as in the margin, and are to be delivered in the like good order, and will condition at the Air Force said port of Georgia, South Carolina. So we're talking about Africans getting branded, getting shipped and sent to South Carolina, right? It says port of Georgia, to the Mrs. and Smith, or to their assigns, he or they paying freight for the said slaves at the rate of £5 sterling per head at delivery, with primage and average of customs, and witness therefore the master of the purser of the said ship, Heath affirmed to 3 bills of landing all of these tenors and dates, that one of which 3 bills being accomplished, the other 2 to stand void, and so God, they always like to put God, and so God send the good ship to her desired port in safety. Amen. They had to put an amen after they branded some Negroes. Wow. It says it will be observed from the billing. It will be observed from the bill of landing that those slaves were marked or branded with particular marks. The operation of marking slaves was performed on them. All right. So they had different marks that they put on your ass. The Florida lease. Shout out to St. Louis, right? That's one of them joints. They had all different types of marks for you, but this is just a snapshot in time in 1760 that they were picking up slaves, sending them to South Carolina, and they just so happened to mark them down. Who the hell is this? This is Alexander, one of the popes that initiated the enslavement of Africans via by the papal bulls. We all talked about that. We should already know what a damn papal bull. If you know what a papal bull is, you should know what the Romulus Pontifices is too. Granting the Portuguese a perpetual monopoly in the trade with Africa, January 8th, 1455. Okay. Background: the kingdoms of Portugal and Castile had been jockeying for position and possession of the colonial territories along the African coast for more than a century prior to Columbus. So they was already looking at this shit. Discovery of the lands in the western areas on the theory that the Pope was an arbitrator between nations. Each kingdom had sought and obtained papal bulls at various times to bolster claims on the grounds that its activities served to spread Christianity. That's why they did it, to spread Christian empire. The bull Romulus Pontifice is an important example of the papacy claim to spiritual lordship of the whole world. That's what this is for. Let's read that again. To claim spiritual lordship over the whole motherfucking world. That's some deep shit. And of its role in regulating among Christian princes between Christians and unbelievers, heathens and infidels. This bull became the bias, this bull became the basis for the Portugal letter claim to lands in the New Worlds, a claim which was countered by Castile and the bull Cardia. If I'm pronouncing that right, I always chew them names up. But this is this is a Christian pope saying, hey, it's okay to enslave black folks. You have Christian jurisdiction to do it. Because you had to go to church to enslave Africans. You had to get permission from Christ, these Christian leaders. Never forget that, right? In 1713, Queen Anne of England and King Philip V of Spain signed a treaty of Utrecht, formalizing the end of Great Britain's involvement in the War of Spanish Succession under the Treaty of Spain. It gave Great Britain Asenitio, a license to conduct the slave trade in the Spanish colonies in the New World. The contract went to the South Sea Company, that's another company that I just mentioned, which had been granted a trade monopoly with the Spanish colonies of South America in exchange for converting government debt into company shares. The South Sea Company, the governor and the company of the merchants. Every time you hear merchant, you just best believe some slaves was traded, right? Trade in the South Seas and other parts of America for the encouragement of fishery was the British Joint Stock Company, founded in 1711, created by a public-private partnership to consolidate and reduce the cost of the national debt. To generate income in 1713, the company was granted a monopoly, right, to supply African slaves to the island in the South Seas and in South America. To reduce debt, they had to go get black people to work these farms and plantations to come up with the money to get these punk ass motherfuckers out of debt. And you wonder why I be tripping so much. We are the stocks and bonds, right? When the company was created, Britain was involved in the war of the Spanish succession, and Spain and Portugal control most of South America. There was thus no realistic prospect that trade would take place, and it turned out that the company never realized any significant profit from its monopoly, but the attempt was there. However, company stock rose greatly in value as it expanded in operations dealing in government debt and peaked in 1720 before suddenly collapsing to little above its original flotation price. The notorious economic bubble thus created, which ruined thousands of investors. Oh, those poor investors that didn't get a return on their investment because they couldn't get out of debt because the slaves they did try to get, it didn't work out. Oh my God. They felt sorry. Ain't that something? In the reign of, I said in the region 1,000, in the region of 1,500,000 men, women, and children were taken from their homes in Africa to America in approximately 5,000 slave voyages, which originated in Liverpool between 1699 and 1862. Now let's talk about some old sellouts. What about the black people selling everybody young? What about them? Hey, look, this is the adjustment syndicate, and they get their ass handed to them too. The picture and image that you're looking at is of King Hafan. He was of Nigeria. He was on Ouida. If you look up Ouida, there's a book called The Diligent, and he was coerced by these Europeans. He liked that foreign shit. Look at the wig he got on. He got a British wig on. What African? Does he look African to you guys? Or does he look like he embraced the colonizer's mindset by wearing the wig? He don't got nothing African. He's got a musket gun. So he was one of them. It wasn't a lot of people over there doing it like this. But all you need is a few leaders to corrupt this shit and everything get all fucked up. But he was one of them. Hafan. Right? Ouida. This is the map. Slave Coast. Not to be confused with the land of Judah. A lot of you Hebrew Israelites think is the land of Judah. No, that's because the white man could not pronounce Ouida the correct way. The correct pronunciation is Ouida, not Judah. And you had a dude named King Hafan. He was running shit, and he was not enslaving his own people. He was going into the Africa enslaving other tribal members because it was a war. When they came in there, they took the little bit of beef that we had, and they gave a couple of us guns and cannons. You can see right here doing his coronization right here. This is King Hafan. This is the coronation. This is the white folks in Africa in bed with one of the leaders, not all of them. Don't get it confused, because everybody didn't have everybody. Look at this image real good. I don't know if y'all can see it. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can adjust it. But anyway, they got cannons in this motherfucker. They got guns, right? Everybody in Africa didn't have all of this shit. Everybody in Africa wasn't protected like this dude was by the Europeans. So don't get it twisted. You got sellouts, and we need to put these sellouts on the square and judge them accordingly. And I always do that. So don't come at me talking about black people and saving black people. I call them motherfuckers out too. All right. Now let's talk about who benefited from the slave trade. Many Bristolians, we're talking about Bristol, profited from the slave trade, not only by shipbuilders and slavers, but also merchants, tradespeople, and manufacturers. Small investors could buy a share in a slaving voyage, and profits could be made in every point in a triangular trade between England and Guinea, West Africa, right? The coast and the Caribbean. Bristol merchandise specially aimed at the Guinea trade, including Guinea guns, because they had to keep guns in our hands. Don't forget who put the gun in your hand, family. Black man who's shooting your other black man. Remember who put the gun in your hand, right? Brassware, alcohol, cloths, hats, fancy goods could profitably be sold to local African traders. The Warmly Brass Company, for example, owned by the Godney and Champion families, exported Guinea cooking pots, copper currency bracelets made for export to West African customers have been found in Bristol's King Street. Once Africans were enslaved through trade or capture, they were sold to European traders on the coast of the land that now comprises Ghana, the Gambia, Nigeria, Cameroon, Benin, and Angola. The European traders sold them on at a profit to the plantation owners of the British, Caribbean, or North America colonies, such as Virginia and South Carolina. If you want to know this source, I need you to look at the bristolmuseum.org.uk. It's funny how these white people know all about their history because they're telling you about it. If you look at the bristolmuseum.org, they'll tell you that they were the fucking shipbuilders. We're gonna move on. This is a right here is like a bill of sale right here. It tells you the number of slaves and the value of the slave cargoes. I remember going over this before. This is a primary document on the coast, on the Gold Coast. 450 slaves, right? Number of slaves, value at 10,000 pounds. We'll say that. And it goes on and on. The Juno, the Alexander. Y'all want to know? Here you go. Again, my source is from the Bristol. We talked about this ship right here. The Brooks, right? Brooks diagram. I don't have to show you guys this again, but just know that the money that they made helped fund a lot of the institutions that you see in Liverpool right here. The money came back. It funded this building right here. This is, I believe, the town hall. Slave money helped build this building. Y'all don't know where the fucking slave shit's at, but we can go to Europe and take a trip right now and find this building still standing there today, right? What else? Byron Blundell, he made 3 slave voyages funded by Blue Coat School in West India. He was a merchant. He was the mayor of Liverpool twice. They got rich and they got wealthy and they became part of the political systems. This right here is the blue, what you call it? The Blue Coat School right here. So now we got a school that helped funded all of this shit that's still standing there. Y'all niggas are looking at the wrong shit. Y'all want to know where the slave ship's at, but y'all niggas won't take the time to look at where the money went at. Follow the goddamn money, because the money is still there. The slave ships ain't there, but the money is. Sir Foster Cunliffe, he had 6 voyages. He also was a mayor of Liverpool. Wow. We got Samuel Staniforth. He had 13 slave voyages. His ass was the mayor of Liverpool. We got Sir John Tobin. He had 15 slave voyages. As captain and owner, right? He owned a plantation. His ass was the mayor of Liverpool. We got Thomas Leyland. He had 72 motherfucking voyages involved in voyages after 1807. I want to remind y'all, after 1807, it was illegal. It was illegal in 1807 to ship Africans from Africa. But this punk ass motherfucker did it any goddamn way. He was the mayor of Liverpool as well. 3 goddamn times. We got George Case, 146 slave voyages. He was the mayor of Liverpool once. So what happens? You go on a voyage, you become mayor. You enslave Africans, you might get special privileges when you go back home. Look at me. I enslaved all these Africans. I did all of these. I should become mayor with all of the wealth that I brought back from Africa. These right here are primary documents from newspaper clippings right here. Okay, to be sold at an exchange of the coffee house, right? The coffee house. 11 Negroes imported where? From Angola, to be sold on the auction block. This is not me making this shit up. This is a primary. Where did these Negroes come from? Congo. Here's another newspaper article clipping from, what's my site? It's from newspapers.com. Look up slaves, look up slave runaways, okay? And you'll find information like we do. It says the sale of the ship Aries cargo, 260 very prime cargo slaves. Where all of these black folks come from? Where they come from Angola, they come from the Congo. It's continued on board this vessel right here. It says the sale of the ship Esther cargo. We got 370 prime Congo slaves. It's continued on board said ship at the Vanderhart wharf, the wharf. Come on, man, people, y'all don't believe it, but the primaries is there. Prime Windward Coast slaves. This is another newspaper clips. Newspaper article clips give you the best evidence on this shit. The sale of the ship, I'm trying to read that. Cargo consisting of 300 prime Windward Coast slaves of the Mandingo and the Fula nations. Wow, they're telling you where these Africans coming from. They're telling you where these black folks coming from. Angola, right? The Congo. We got Mandingos over here from Africa. Another one, Angola slaves. The sale of the cargo of the brig Captain Sebastian, consisting of 240 prime Angola slaves. Damn, it's all in the papers. Now, who benefited from this shit? Who's most apologetic about how the shit went down? Now, I went over this before. I'm gonna go over it one more time. New York Life, the insurance company, is the biggest mutual life insurance company in the United States. They also took part in slavery by selling insurance policies on enslaved Africans. According to the U.S. Today, evidence of 10 more New York Life, 10 more New York Life slave policies comes from an 1847 account book kept by the company's Natchez Miss Agent W.A. Britton. The book, part of a collection at Louisiana State University, contains Britton's note on slave policies he wrote for amounts ranging from $375 to $600. A 1906 history of New York Life says 339 of the company's first 1,000 policies were written on the lives of slaves. That's New York Life apologizing for this shit today. And y'all niggas saying, where the slave ship saying? I don't believe it happened. But New York Life is still standing here today. Let's go on. We got the railroad companies. CXX used slave labor to construct portions of some U.S. rail lines under the political and legal system that was in place more than a century ago. 2 enslaved Africans who the company rented, damn, you could just rent Africans back then, were identified as John Henry and Reuben. Rest in peace, John Henry and Reuben, for help putting these rails out. It was black labor that got niggas across the fucking country on the rails. The record states that they were to be returned, clothed when they arrived to work for the company. Individuals enslaved Africans cost up to $200, the equivalent of $3,800 a day. Give us our reparations, please. We shouldn't have to ask for this shit. Barclay. Y'all heard of Barclays? Barclays, the British multinational banking and financial services company headquartered in London, UK, has now...
Hold on. Yeah. Don't they got a basketball arena named after this?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes, they do. So this shit is right around us. These are the little clues, that the little Illuminati bullshit y'all like to say. Y'all don't look at these, right? Why is Marquet apologizing about slavery? Why? Because they have been involved in the shit. Y'all want to see more? JP Morgan, anybody y'all got y'all money in a JP Morgan bank? Well, recently they admitted their company's links to slavery too. Today, we are reporting that this research found that between 1831 and 1865, 2 of our predecessor banks, Citizen Bank and Canal Bank in Louisiana accepted approximately 13,000 enslaved individuals as collateral on loans and took ownership of approximately 1,250 of them when the plantation owners defaulted on their loans. The company wrote in a statement. So JP Morgan was taking slaves as collateral. If you didn't pay your debts, we was going to take some of your slaves off of your hands because we know how to work them over here. We can make money. You know how the bank do. They can flip them slaves over. You did? Because they took 1,250 of them. Okay? JP Morgan. Y'all banking there? Aetna Incorporated, the United States' largest health insurer, apologizes for selling policies in 1850. They apologized for selling policies in 1850 that reimbursed slave owners. Goddamn. The slave owner was reimbursed, family, for financial losses when the enslaved Africans they owned died. Wow. Aetna has long acknowledged that for several years shortly after its founding in 1853, that the company may have insured the lives of slaves, said Aetna spokesman Fred in 2002. We express our deep regret over any participation at all in this deplorable practice. So how the fuck Aetna, a company that we got that don't Aetna exist today, right now, talking about the enslavement, saying that they was a part of the shit. But we got these dumbass.
Is that the medical company?
Yeah, insurers. Yes, one of the largest health insurers.
That was my medical insurance until like 2 years ago. We switched.
Right. Aetna apologizes for the slavery family. They remember, but somehow we forget. We got historical amnesia. But Aetna, a company that supplies fucking insurance to everybody, they say, you know what? Hold up, y'all. We were involved and we apologize. But we got these niggas who don't even know. What about AIG, right? The U.S. today reported that the New York-based AIG completed the purchase of American General Financial Group, a Houston-based insurer that owes U.S. Life Insurance Company. A U.S. life policy on an enslaved African living in Kentucky was reprinted in 1935. Article about slave insurance in the American Conservationist magazine. AIG says it has found documentation, what it says, indicating that U.S. Life insured enslaved Africans. Damn, family. Wow. And I'm just now getting started. I had to go over that again. All right, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to go and look at some of these books. I hope you guys are still with me. Go ahead and hit the like button right now. Hit the like button. Keep the algorithm going. Keep the algorithm pumping. All right, what I say? All right, give me a minute. Let me see. I'm gonna hit a couple of these. Okay, yeah. What I need you guys to do is look up this book right here. There's 4 volumes. The documents illustrated of the history of the slave trade to America. This will kill any abo. This will put to rest anything about the slave trade. This will restore your historical amnesia. All right. Don't be historical illiterate to the subject matter. Elizabeth Donen put out 4 volumes of work talking about the slave trade in great deal. If you want to know what the fuck happened, I suggest y'all go ahead and look at these books. All right. We talked about one. Let me see if I can find it in this one. Bear with me because it's hard to look through these joints. And we talked about the introduction and talk about what kind of Negroes they wanted over here, if I can find that. Everybody hit that like button. Pour you something up nice, roll it up tight, and sit back and build with us. Because it is on, family. It is on. Of course, I can't find what I'm looking for. Always happens. Give me a minute. I thought it'd be in this joint. There's a lot of shit in here, y'all. Okay, yeah, all right. I want to go to page 17 in the introduction, if I'm in the right joint. Okay, this page is in the volume 1 right here. I want everybody to kind of take a good look at this here. This is these are the charters. We already talked about the permission slips granted to come into Africa and to pick up some slaves. Well, it says here in 1552, a 7-year monopoly was granted to Fernando Ocho, if I'm pronouncing that right, under which he was to deliver 23,000 slaves, paying a duty of 8 ducats on each. The contract was never fulfilled and was presently annulled. The Union of Spain and Portugal in 1580 made it natural that the privilege of importing slaves should fall to the Portuguese. So the Portuguese wanted to be in control of this shit initially, and that's where we get these charters from. It says in 1592, Gomez Reynal was given the most detailed grant that up to this time had been formulated. I want y'all to be clear I want y'all to listen up clear on what I'm trying to say. It says during 9 years, he was to deliver 38,250 slaves at the rate of 4,250 annually. Now, check this out. Of these 3,500 must be landed alive. They saying you got to get them here alive. It says for his concession, he paid 900,000 ducats, right? For each Negro, sort of the quota, he forfeited 10 ducats. Now get this, the Negroes must be fresh from Africa. I need y'all to understand that. Fresh from Africa must not include mulattoes, mestizos, Turks, or Moors. All of you Moors saying that we was over here, I'm telling you, they did not want your ass over here. Because if they had a large populations of Moors and Islamic captives, you know, things get ugly for the Christians. So they specifically said on this charter in 1595 that the Negroes must be fresh from Africa, must include no mulattoes, mestizos, Turks, or Moors. I hope I'm clear and crystal on that one. All right, we're gonna move further, and let's see. All right, this right here is volume 3 of documents illustrate of the history of the slave trade. Now y'all got to keep up because these books get crazy. All right. Let me see real quick. Let me go ahead and refer back to my notes so I can keep up. Down. Y'all smell the food because I'm cooking in here. All right. Okay. So we on volume 3 of documents illustrated of the slave trade. And let me see. We're in the 1700s here. And hang on, let me look at my phone, y'all. It's a lot of stuff, so give me a minute. Make sure I'm looking at what I'm looking at right. What you gonna be cooking? Give me a minute. I'll be stirring the pot up here in a minute. I just want to make sure I got my bearings right because these books can get confusing if you can't keep up where you're at. So I just need a little patience.
Thanks for showing up, everybody.
Yes, man.
Welcome to another push. Don't mind everything that's laying on the ground. Y'all know how it is. Y'all should be immune to this by now.
Yeah. Pick the bodies up.
We supposed to have a guest later. I doubt it, but you know, I'm optimistic. He said he's going to bring some sources to debunk all the stuff that we're talking about right now, or the extent of it. I would say because he didn't deny it all completely, but he said to this extent he's going to debunk it. But it's a lot to cover, you know.
It's a lot,
As
man.
y'all can see, it's a lot to debunk.
It's a lot, man. Y'all ain't just gonna debunk this shit. Damn, let me see. How can I share this better? Okay. So we're talking about this is volume 3 of the Documents Illustrated of the Slave Trade, page 18. And I want this right here stuck out to me. These are correspondences now. This is primary documents. This is them talking about the slave trade and every damn thing. It says, what they say, Safin's brief and candid answer in 1700, objective 3. The Africans have wars one with another. Our ships bring lawful captives taken in those wars. So they used the beef that we had amongst each other, and anybody who got caught up in this shit, they got sent into slavery. We had our own way of we had our own way of handling our business. That's why there wasn't no jails and no prisons in Africa, right? Prior to colonization, because we ran up on you. We had a fight, and y'all lose a battle, we take some of y'all captives. If we lose a battle, y'all take some of ours. The big difference is the members that we take weren't in perpetual slavery. If they had kids, their kids wasn't in perpetual slavery. In some instances, those same captives became part of the court. They became kings and shit. But when the white man took control of this shit, these things came a little bit different. You were enslaved for life, nigga. So when they came there and they saw these wars, these beefs that we were going out, you damn sure they took advantage of it. And they wrote it right here. The Africans have wars one with another. We still doing this shit on TikTok. We're still fucking having wars with each other. Our ships bring lawful captives taken in those wars, to which our author answers conjecturally and doubtfully for our, we know that which may or may not be, which is insignificant and proves nothing. What it says, he also compares the Negro Wars, one nation with another, with the wars between Joseph and his brethren. Ain't that a bitch? But where doth he read of any such war? We read indeed of the domestic quarrels they had with him. They envied and hated Joseph, but by what is recorded, he was merely passive and meek as a lamb. This gentleman further adds that there is not any war but is unjust on one side, etc. Be it so, what doth with, or what doth, I don't know what the fuck they're saying, that signify we read of lawful captives taken in the wars and lawful to be brought and sold without contracting the guilt of the aggressor, for which we have the example of Abraham.
That doth is just do. It's like their old way of saying do.
It's saying do. Okay. I was like, yo, it's even hard reading this shit, yo. But yeah, they're basically saying Abraham before quoted, but if we must stay while both parties warring are in the right, there would be no lawful captives at all to be brought, which seems to be ridiculous to imagine and contrary to the tenure of scripture and all humane histories on the subject. They're basically talking about, damn, look at these niggas having wars amongst themselves. How easy for us to pick. It was easy pickings as long as these niggas don't see eye to eye. You know what I'm saying? This was easy to them. You know, we're going to move on. I got more. All right. So let's talk about, let me see if I can slide this. Give me some time. Like they're telling you that they like we know y'all have beef with each other, so we're gonna take advantage of it. All right, let me see if this is the right. I'm gonna read it. I don't know if this is the right joint or not. Hold on. Let me see. Nah, hold on. Yeah, okay. Fuck it. Let's go. Testimony of Dennis Driscoll. Remind you now, this is documents illustrated of the slave trade. This is everything that was written down that had been collected and documented. And Miss Elizabeth Donan took the liberty of putting all of this shit together. Right? I'm going to read a little bit of this. I ain't going to read the whole thing. It says, Mr. Dennis Driscoll of lawful age testified and said that he was a mate of the sloop Mary of Bristol. We just talked about Bristol. I just showed y'all the slide presentation on Bristol and how they built fucking ships, right? Upon the coast of Guinea in the year 1733. And in the year 1735 was a mate of the Bartlett of Bristol upon the said coast of Guinea. So this is them conducting business off the coast of Guinea for trade. All right. Rum and all types of shit. I'm gonna move further a little bit because this ain't the one I really want to show you guys. And let me see if I can find it. Again, we're on volume 3 of this book, Documents Illustrated of the Slave Trade. Give me a minute, family. I'm just kind of skimming through. You can all do the same thing we doing over here and get these primaries yourself. I'm not hiding this information. This will skin alive any abo with these primaries. We're going to take our time and go through them the right way. The New England Colonies, page 66, October 19th, 1749, to be sold by Samuel Henley and Company at his house in Charleston, a likely parcel of Negro boys and girls and 2 fine Negro men just imported from Africa. You historically illiterate mofos who do not read history. They're telling you right here. They're writing this shit down. From where? Africa. Not in America that we were already here. They got to go to Africa and get Negroes. Boys and girls. And 2 fine men Negroes. Just imported from Africa. All right. Let me see. Let's go down here. Hang on, y'all. I'm still looking. We're going to move it. I'm going to skim through these joints. Where we at? We on 58, 68. There's something crazy I read the other day. Let's see if I can find it. News items relating to the slave trade, 1763, 1765. Boston, July 7, 1763. We hear from Hartford in Connecticut that one day last week, the mate of a vessel lately arrived there from the coast of Africa, being delirious, took a Negro boy into his arms and jumped into the damn river and drowned both of them. What kind? This was just some random shit that I just saw, y'all. I'm gonna read it again. Boston, July 7th, 1763. Right? We're in Connecticut. Right? That day, last week, a mate of the vessel that lately came from Africa. So you had a young boy that survived all of that bullshit, and some white dude just jumped into the water with him and drowned the boy. Both of them. Weird shit that was going on. Random shit. They wrote it down now. This ain't me making it up. This is them writing everything down in correspondences with each other. Newport News, or Newport, June 25th, 1764. Let me see what this one says. Captain Winton, who left the coast in February last, informs us that Mr. Ebenezer, if I'm pronouncing it right, Washburn of the place, who was mate of the brig Captain Rhodes, lost his life at Malpass on the coast of motherfucking Africa, and latter end of December and beginning of January the 1st. he being acquainted with the coast and desirous of going ashore to trade, took the longboat with several men and a quantity of goods for the purpose, but the Negroes, having been injured by a vessel just before, detained these people, being the first they met with, as objects of their resentment. But Captain Rhodes, having a number of them in his possession, they agreed to exchange and accordingly delivered up to the men, except the mate, who, on a dispute arising concerning the goods in which the Negroes had applied to their own use, jumped overboard and was instantly followed by one of the blacks, who swam under him and some stabs in his body and killed them. Ain't that a bitch? Oh, this is crazy. Okay, Boston, September 17th, by a vessel which the West Indies, we learned, the Captain Joseph Miller, in a sloop from the New London, died on the coast of Africa, and all his hands except two, and that Negro soon after availing themselves of the opportunity, came off the shore and killed the two surviving men and took possession of the pillaging vessel. So this looks like an insurrection right here to me that we're coming across. I'm gonna keep it moving for the family in the back who like to keep it moving. This is all primaries, all documented in these in this book. There's 4 volumes of this shit, y'all. This ain't just one book. There's so much information. There's overwhelming information. We're gonna bury this shit once and for all about the slave trade. It's overwhelming. I don't know why I'm moving right here. Go here. All right, let me see. We getting there, y'all. We getting there. I'm gonna take y'all there. We getting there. We're gonna go through that. I want to find one more joint, and then I'm gonna go to volume 4, y'all. We're gonna close it out with volume 4, and then we're gonna let the brothers go on. I mean, I saw that he drowned. Like, the ship just got there. You survived the damn a voyage. You barely survived that shit just to get there, and somebody drown your ass. The shit that black people go through in history is crazy, y'all. The shit the women had to go through. Shout out to the women, the black women that initiated the rebellions. We talked about that on a couple of lives ago. It was black women who fought for their men on those slave ships anytime they got a chance to. And y'all saying we pussy. Y'all out y'all damn mind.
Go to volume 7 for that information he just gave y'all.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're on page 118. We're still talking about the New England colonies right here. I think didn't we talk about the Little George before, family? I felt like we talked about this one.
Yeah, we talked about a plethora of slave ships.
We talked about this one. But real quick, the voyage off the Little George, that's a slave ship, cargo ship, Little George. Look it up, 1730. Since our last, we have had a more particular account of the Negro rising and overcoming Captain George Scott of Rhode Island in his return from Guinea, from West Africa, which we have been desired to insert. And it is as follows. I, George Scott, master of the slope Little George, belonging to Rhode Island, sail from Banana Islands off the coast of Guinea for the first time in 1730, having board. I'm gonna move down so I can get to this joint. Can I do this? All right, we're talking about Little George. We're talking about Africans sticking up for themselves like they did in Alabama. This is a folding chair moment we're talking about right here, family. This is a folding chair moment that we're talking about here, family. I'm just waiting for the screen to populate the information. I've gone too quick on this joint. Dang it. Let me see. Let me see if I can just. You take it forever to do that, yo. Okay, y'all, give me a minute. I get this shit won't populate. Oh man, come on, y'all. I need that page. Yeah. Okay, y'all. I'm trying to get it to populate. Having some technical difficulties. Trying to get up. Okay, hang on. But anyway, this is an account. This event did happen. All right, I'm trying to. For some reason, it's not populating. I apologize about that. But on page 118 of volume 3 of the Documents Illustrated, you'll talk about the little ship George and how Africans rose up against these crackers. You know what I'm saying, family? I'm gonna keep it moving because it seemed like it's not trying to do what I needed to do. It said, let me see, it's continuation here. A dark night. Let me see if I can read this part of it. A dark night that affected it and brought them upon a quarter deck. They loaded one of the guns and pointed it directly down the scuttle. We, hearing them about the scuttle and having prepared ourselves so soon as they lifted it up, we shot the man dead that pointed the gun. Another of the slaves standing by Captain matched to it and fired it off, which blew the scuttle all to pieces and some of the deck, but did us no damage. They then took pieces of the boards and laid them over the scuttle and the hole or the howl they had made in the deck and laid the what it says tarpaulin with a great weight upon them to prevent our coming up. They made sail as they brought towards land and were continually having down bullets of wood and water into the cabin with intentions to disable us and spoil our small arms. And the fourth day after the rising made the same land we departed from, then stood off and on again for 4 to 5 days more, in which time the boy, being forced by hunger, run up among the slaves, who immediately put him in irons. Ain't that a bitch? They made several attempts to come down into the cabin, but their courage failed them. I then called to them to come down to decide the matter. They answered by and by, finding ourselves so very weak through these hardships for want of circumstances. We thought it proper, before our strength was quite spent, to take some desperate course. I proposed to cut away the ceiling and bore some holes through the vessel bottom, which, being approved on, was directly done and let in about 3 feet of water. I then called to the slaves and told them I would drown them all, which frightened them extremely. They then sent the boy to the captain. They sent the boy to the cabin door to tell us that they had but just made the land, and that when they got a little nearer the shore, they would take the boat and leave them with the young slaves. I told them if they would do that, I would not sink her. My design in letting the water in was to force the vessel on her side, that we might get some advantage. They stood in for a land about 12 o'clock at night, struck upon the bar of Sierra Leone River. So we're talking about Africa right now, and we're in great danger of being lost. The vessel, being strong, beat over the bar, and they run ashore about 3 leagues up the river in the north side. Being the high water and the 7 o'clock the next morning, there was not above a foot of water alongside. And I'm gonna finish this up in a minute. I know y'all like, come on, hurry up. The native waited from the shore with firearms would have had what the hell does that say? They be writing some weird shit back in. They would have fine tree. What?
Where you at?
I'm right here, right? What is this shit right here? Damn.
Fane.
Yeah.
Fane tried.
Fane tried to overcome us, but were persuaded from it by the slaves on board, who told them we should shoot them if they appeared in our sight. They persuaded the grown slaves to go ashore and drove the young ones overboard, and then followed them by making the vessel shake at departure. Our boy, assuming us slaves had all left the vessel, we immediately went up with our arms and saw the slaves just ashore. We found our great guns loaded quite full, and as we hoisted out our boats, the native must.
Hey, real quick,
Yeah.
Go back up real quick. Who was the ones, the Fane, where it says Fane tribe? Who was the people before that?
Say that again. Where we're at?
Who was, when it said Fane, right before Fane tribe, who was that referring to?
It says the natives, Wayne. It says I guess the natives off that coast.
And so it's saying that they were willing, those natives were willing to help.
It says the natives waned for the shore with firearms, would have feigned to overcome us, but were persuaded from it by the slaves on board. So I guess the slaves
they were willing to do it.
Okay.
But I guess they were convinced otherwise.
So basically, that's the incident that happened on the George. I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna go right to the fourth joint because I know y'all like, hold on, port. This is a lot. You can look in a book called "If We Must Die." It talks all about insurrections and stuff, shipboard insurrections. All right, we almost done, y'all. I know y'all been patiently waiting, and I'm gonna go through a couple of these joints, and I will be out y'all here. Thank you for hanging out with me today, y'all. I appreciate it. All right, we're gonna go back. I get confused because there's so much shit. I don't have a bookmark for these joints. Write it down, and hopefully I wrote it down right. Volume 4, y'all. Documents illustrated. Slave trade. Did it happen? Well, let's read and see. Let's read and see. Let's read and see. What is this? Indianapolis. I'm gonna go. I go not. All right, so now we're in Maryland, 1760, Indianapolis. Annapolis, sorry. On the 2nd of September, right, sir? It is it having been this day represented to the governor and council that the Negro called Captain Gray and 3 other 4 Negroes were lately imported into help me pronounce that. Is that Patuxent River?
Where you at?
I don't even know if this is the one I want to read though. Hang on.
Yeah,
Patuxent. Hang on. Bear with me, y'all. I don't know if this is the one. Y'all are getting the gist though. I don't know if that's the one. Because the other one I thought was a little shorter. Give me a minute, y'all. Give me a minute. I'm so glad I wrote some of this shit down because I would have been lost, yo. Oh, yeah. All right, come on, man. All this shit look the same to me, yo. Where you at? All right. I'm gonna read this one. This one's new items relating to the slave trade, Annapolis in Maryland, September 11th, 1766. Some variable, remarkable causes, about 20, have been determined this week at our Assize Court. The auction were brought by some seamen against the master of the Guinea ship for 3 usage and wages, and the sailors got much weather gauge. This ain't what I'm looking for. Hang on, y'all. Damn. I cannot find what I'm looking for. My bad. I don't know why. Are these at? These page numbers got me all messed up, y'all. I'm gonna keep it real. Damn. Okay. This is one right here. Lord Culpeper to the lords of the trade and plantation. So this is Lord Culpeper. Mo, you know who Lord Culpeper is? I don't know if you hear me.
Yeah.
Who was he? He was the active governor of Culpeper, right?
Yeah, Virginia.
Virginia. All right, so he was a real person, right?
Definitely a real person.
Okay,
his whole family real.
Okay.
Definitely real.
Is there a place in Virginia called Culpeper today?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Culpeper, Virginia.
All right, I'm from DC. I heard it before. I just want to make sure the DMV know what we're talking about. So Lord Culpeper to the lords of trade and plantations in 1682, September the 20th. It says, I have strictly forbidden the trading from Virginia to Africa. So that means it was already going on. Believe none of Virginia have ever traded there. I'd never heard of any peace set by the African company on blacks, or of any brought to the said company by any of the inhabitants of Virginia. So have had no occasion to do any thing herein. But in regard to the infinite profit that comes to the king by every black, far beyond any plantation, at least £6 per head and annual, and that the low price of tobacco requires it should be made as cheap as possible, and that blacks can make it cheaper than the whites. I conceive it is for His Majesty's interest, full as much as the country's, or rather much more, to have blacks as cheap as possible in Virginia. This is Lord Culpeper trying to figure out how we can get some cheap blacks to come in here into Virginia. I wanted to point that out because you ride through Virginia, you'll see Culpeper areas and shit in Virginia. He was the active lieutenant governor over there. All right. Let me see. I know I'm missing one or two of these joints because I got out of sequence, and I will bring them back on another day. Now this is orders to the Privy Council. It was a way you conducted this slave business, so they had to write to the Privy Council, and they had to write to the Trade Board. right? It says November 3rd, 1692, permission to Sir Richard Levet and others for the Catherine, that's another slave ship family I just gave you guys, to sail to Guinea and load Negroes for Virginia. On showing that they have license from African Company, which African Company? The Royal African Company, for so doing, and on agreeing to deduct the ship's complements from the quota directly assigned to the owners for the Virginia trade. Everybody had to get paid. You dig what I'm saying? In a similar petition, Thomas Stark or Starrick, whatever you pronounce that, John Mudd and others, owners of the Concord, another slave ship. So we got two ships, right? We got the Catherine and we got the Concord, that having no supplies of blacks since the war with France and the whites in their service, growing out of their time and becoming free. Their plantations are fallen under a great scarcity of hands, so that they have not sufficient for the management of them. Like conditions, permissions is granted with the addition stipulations that the commissioners of the customs, on conferring with the merchants trading to Virginia upon the intended repartition for these years, trade to think fit to assign the aforesaid number of men the petitioners of their respective dividends. This is them talking about getting paid and money on their return on their investment. Hang on. Let's see if I got one more on this train. You know what? Give me a minute. All right, I'm almost about to park this car, y'all. It's a lot, family. It is a lot. And it got all types of shit in it. I'm just pulling up stuff I went over. Everything you see here has all of that shit in it. Virginia enslavement, South Carolina, all types of shit is in here. So I suggest you guys, if you guys want to get a good feel for what happened and how all this stuff was written down, y'all need to look at this shit, yo. Straight up. Now, right here on page 256, we're talking about the South now. These are the Southern colonies, right? The governor and council of the South Carolina to the Board of Trade. You had the Board of Trade, the Lords of Trade, all of them the same niggas. On September 17th of 1709, this is the kicker right here. It says the number of the inhabitants in this province of all sorts are computed to be 9,580 souls, of which there are 1,360 free men, 900 free women, 60 white servant men, and 60 white servant women, 1,700 white free children, 1,800 Negro men slaves, 1,100 Negro women slaves, 500 Indian men slaves, 600 Indian women slaves, 1,200 Negro children slaves, and 300 Indian children slaves. Negro men slaves are increased in the last 5 years by importation. 300 Negroes, women slaves to 200. Negro children, 600. We are also often furnished with Negroes from the American islands, chiefly from Barbados and Jamaica. And the inhabitants by a yearly addition of slaves are made by more capable of improving the produce of the colony. That's why they want us here, to improve the produce of the colony, notwithstanding 'tis our opinion that the value of our import is greater if we include Negroes, which the commodities that are consumed here. Then our exports, by which means it comes to pass that we are very near drained of our silver and gold coin, nor it is there any remedy to prevent this. All right. So this is a primary that's telling you that we weren't Indians. They separate. They knew who the fuck was what. Were they white servants? Yes. They're telling you right here. In September 17th of 1709, the governor and council of South Carolina is telling you niggas that they had white servants. They had Indian slaves and Negro slaves. Why we fighting? We both were slaves. Imagine that. You got the signatures down below by N. Johnson, Though Broughton, Robert Gibbs, and Smith and Richard Bursford, or whatever the fuck his name is. This is a primary. I suggest you guys take a look at it. Moving forward, I don't got that much to go. I'm gonna land the plane real soft. It's gonna be a soft landing, I promise. So we'll keep on going. And let me see if I can squeeze one more or two primaries out of this joint. Oh shit, South Carolina, 1721 to 1726, Negroes imported into South Carolina. More primaries. Looking down here, an account of Negroes imported in the following vessel arrived from Africa. Do y'all see that down there? Holy shit. I be goddamn. They wrote this shit down. Imagine that. They wrote it down, and we still got historical amnesia to this shit. All right, Captain Albert Muller enters in the Brigadier America Thomas Marshall Commander. It had men and women 97, boys and girls 19, a total of 116 Negroes. Ditto enters per the ship Greyhound. That's another goddamn slave ship. Galley Edward holding the commander. Men and women, you had 158, and you had 29 boys and girls. They're telling you about the cargo. They're telling your ass that this shit came straight from Africa. They didn't say we got here and you niggas was already there. They said they had to pick us up from Africa. All right. And moving on, we're going to keep it cooking. I'm almost done. I'm going to land the plane real soft for y'all. We're going to land it real soft. Let me see if I can squeeze some more primaries out of this wonderful source we got here. I'm just going to freshly squeezed sources for y'all. All right. Southern colonies. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is a good one right here. I'm going to blow that one up. The news relating to the slave trade in 1729. This is news, y'all, right? In London, August 2nd, 1729. We have an account from Guinea. From where? Africa. By way of Antigua, that the Clare, that's another goddamn slave ship I'm giving y'all. Galley Captain Merrill. We got a captain on the Clare, having completed her number of Negroes, had taken her departure from the coast of Guinea for South Carolina, but was not, what was this? But was not go 10 leagues on her way before the Negroes rose and making themselves master of the gunpowder and firearms, the captain and ship's crew took to their long boat and got shore near Cape Coast Castle. The Negroes ran the goddamn ship on the shore within a few leagues of the said castle and made their motherfucking escape. So I don't know what you bitch niggas are saying about we docile and how we just walked on the boat and how we just let the white man pick us up and take us over here and we never fight. As long as we saw African land, we was fighting. Most of the slave revolts that was on those ships happened within close proximity to Africa coast. As long as you can see home, you can make it fucking back. They did not forget who the fuck they were and where they come from. It was only 10 leagues before the Negroes rose, making themselves the goddamn masters of the gunpowder and the firearms. Right? Get the fuck out of here with that pussy African talk y'all be talking. And y'all know who I'm talking about. At this point, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I need y'all to soak this one in right here. I'm done, y'all. I'm gonna just go ahead and stop sharing. I'm done. Pick up the bodies. Pick them up. They smelling. I'm gonna talk black to y'all again on this shit later. Yeah, that part. That part. And I could go in for hours on that shit. Those are 4 volumes of the books. I'm just kind of the highlights of them. I was just putting out the highlights, you know? That was just the tip. Still. Sean in the motherfucking chat. That was the tip. Y'all ain't even feel the whole thing. That was just the tip.
Ain't ready.
They're not ready. Sean, I don't think I got your book, man, unless I gave you the wrong
yeah, y'all ain't send me the link. I need the link so I can get the book.
Yeah, I'm waiting, man. I know you're gonna send it, brother. Y'all motherfuckers talking about slave trade ain't happen. Y'all lost y'all damn mind. Where the slave ships at? Nigga, you got to be crazy. You know what I mean? Dumbass Negroes.
Oh man.
Peace to the chat.
Dude pulled up, he got the fuck up out of there.
Huh?
I said, I know if dude pulled up, he hurried up and got the fuck up out of there.
Yeah, they don't want it.
He said, oh, that's what it is? Oh, nah.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Bro, they never come. They all, I'm gonna come. I'll come Saturday. Y'all probably there.
Man, they won't be here.
Niggas don't ever show up. They just want to stay on fucking TikTok. I'm gonna bring all my receipts and all my information. I'm following them on the YouTube.
They ain't coming, man. They don't want the smoke because we got the pre-rolls tight over here.
Hold on, my mama calling. All right, I'm back. Here, little one.
Yeah, Sean. Let me see what you say, Sean. Yeah, I haven't gotten it, man. Unless I put the wrong damn address on that joint or some weird shit like that. I'll check the mail again today, though. Let me know when y'all ready to share. I appreciate y'all Cash App. Thank you, family.
What the hell?
I was like, where you go?
All right. Hopefully you share.
Push.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Let me move my little bar out the way. Give you some more. I'll give you some more real estate on the screen. There you go.
Loretta, your sister has my phone. Yes, and then go away. At the moment y'all see me about to start talking, here y'all come. Hurry up. Okay, so this is Portugal confronted slave trade past. So we're gonna go down. Hold on, y'all. The moment they hear me talking, to y'all start coming in my room. I swear, it never fails. Lisbon, over 5 centuries after it launched the Atlantic slave trade, Portugal is preparing to build a memorial to the millions of Africans its ships carried into bondage. Citizens of Lisbon voted in December for the monument to be built on a quay side where slave ships once unloaded. Yet, although the memorial has broad support, a divisive debate has ignited over how Portugal faces up to its colonial past and multiracial present. So let me go down. I don't know what that is. Whoa, go back. Doing this will be really good for our city, said Beatriz Gomez Diaz, president of the JAWS and Association of Afro-Portuguese Citizens that launched the memorial plan. So we're going to go down. Oh, I don't want to hit that. I want to hit this. Okay, people really got behind the project. There was a recognition that something like this is needed, said Gomez Diaz. Many people told us this is important to bring justice to Portugal's history here in Lisbon, which is a cosmopolitan of diverse capital and such a strong African presence. So Portuguese vessels carried an estimated 5.8 million Africans into slavery. So that's more than 8,000. Off the jump, they just debunk themselves with the strange stuff that come out of their mouths. However, some fear that history risks being hijacked by politics. I think it's a good idea, but those behind the movement want to perpetuate a particular vision, which up to a certain point is a myth, said historian Juan Pedro, Pedro Marquis. Slavery was a barbarity, said Marquez, who has written several books on the subject. However, by the time it reached its height, he said Lisbon played only a marginal role in a trade conducted directly between merchants in Angola and Brazil. The idea that Lisbon was the capital of the slave trade is a complete lie, he said. This part of the Portugal strategy, the far left in Portugal is stirring this up. They are putting this on the political agenda. So I'm just guessing he's just against the shit. Sound like a motherfucking hater to me. The Atlantic slave trade started in 1444 when 235 people snatched from the newly discovered coast of Africa. The newly discovered coast of West Africa were put up for sale in Lagos, now a laid-back Portuguese beach resort on Europe's southwestern tip. Yeah, I'm butchering shit today. Hold on, y'all. And this is a graffiti in an area known as Little Africa, located near the Valongo slave raft in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Mario Tama Getty image. So they represent their blackness. I said, fuck what y'all talking about. Okay, chronicler Gomez Ians de Zarara was on hand. Children, seeing themselves removed from their parents, ran hastily toward them, he wrote. Mothers collapsed, their children in their arms, and holding them, cast themselves upon the ground, covering them with their bodies without heeding the blows which they were given. Over the next 4 centuries, Portuguese vessels would carry an estimated 5.8 million Africans into slavery. Most went to Brazil and Portuguese colonies until 1822. A whitewashed vision. Controversy over how Portugal should mark its role in the slave trade flared up last spring when President Marcelo Rebelo de Souza paid a state visit to Senegal, touring Goree Island. I know I'm not saying that right, but y'all look at how to pronounce it. An infamous departure point for slave ships. He said Portugal had recognized the injustice of slavery when it introduced limited abolitionist laws in 1760. He did not follow leaders such as Pope John Paul II and Brazilian President Lula da Silva, who issued apologies there. A group of over 50 outraged intellectuals wrote to complain. The president's words have revived the whitewashed vision of colonial oppression that's still very popular amongst the most retrograde sectors of Portuguese society, they said in an open letter. And this is Portuguese President Marcelo Rebelo de Souza Center visits the House of Slaves, a museum and memorial to the Atlantic slave trade on Goree Island off the coast of the city of Dakar, Senegal. Okay, so other race to Rebelo de Sousa defense, triggering a battle on opinion pages and social medias that's been ignited again with the debate over the slavery memorial. Buildings and memorial on the bank of the river Tigris is an excellent idea. Antonio Barreto, a political commentator and former Socialist Party lawmaker, wrote in the Diário de Notícias newspaper. So long as it is not a monument to self-flagellation, which for reason of historical opportunism and political demagogy aims to show, I don't even know what that word is, that Portuguese colonialism was crueler than the others, he wrote. Slavery cast a shadow over what Portuguese history portrays as a golden age when brave men in small boats set out to forge the first maritime routes linking Europe to sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and South America in the 15th and 16th centuries. The age of discoveries made this small country on Europe's margins a global power, and the exploits of those early explorers remain at the heart of the nation's identity. A belief lingers among Portuguese that their country's colonialism was gentler than other European empires. Where the fuck do they get that shit from? They just capping. Portugal's Heroes of the Sea, a celebrated in the opening word of the national anthem, a navigational spear decorates the flag. Statue of brawny seafarers dot the landscape. A statue of Prince Henry, the navigator, who instigated the discovery program, sits by the site of the first slave market in Lagos. A small museum also opened there in 2016. So if you got a fucking statue of Prince Henry the Navigator, why are you bitching about them wanting to do a museum or a monument to the lost and the transported Africans from Africa? This is strange as shit. Portugal's African empire was Europe's longest. It limped on until the mid-1970s when junior army officer sickened by colonial war toppled the ruling dictatorship, opening the way for democracy at home and independence for the overseas territories. And this is, go back, I want to read that title. The Country of Tolerance. Few Portuguese missed their imperial regime. For decades on, no political force cling to colonial nostalgia, yet a belief lingers that Portuguese colonialism was gentler than other European empires, marked by a tolerant interaction with other peoples and widespread racial mixing. The tolerance, the narrative goes, is reflected in today's Portugal. Unlike just about everywhere else in Europe, there is no significant far-right party spouting xenophobic populism during Europe's refugee crisis. A preliminary census backed doubling the country's refugee quota in 2015. Portugal quietly voted in Antonio Costa, whose father was Indian, as prime minister. That ain't got shit to do with black people. Anyone who knows anything about Europe has to agree that Portugal is probably the least racist country in Europe. I don't know about that. Renato Efenato, president of the International Lusophone movement, which promotes cultural ties between Portuguese-speaking countries, wrote in a daily Publico, "This can and should be one of our greatest causes of pride." Supporters of the line have caused the far left exaggerating problems of racism to push a U.S.-style political correctness inappropriate in a Portuguese context. And these look like my people down here. Woman performed during celebration for the Black Awareness Day in Rio de Janeiro. Leo Carell, I guess that's his image. Some of these are my people. As an example, they point to accusations of racism hurled at former Center High leader Pedro Pascal, I don't know how to say, Chilho, after he criticized recent legislation introduced by the socialist government to liberalize immigration. Although Paso's wife is black, that don't mean shit to us. Official statistics suggest most immigrants heading to Portugal are not. Among almost 47,000 new arrivals registered by the Immigration Service in 2016, over 21,000 come from elsewhere in the EU, led by French, Italian, and Brits. Brazilians were the largest single nationality with 7,000. Just over 6,100 immigrants came from sub-Saharan Africa. Among foreigners already living in the country, there are 88,000 Africans, mostly from Cape Verde and Angola. They are almost certainly outnumbered by Portuguese citizens of African descent, although the numbers are unknown since the country keeps no statistic based on race or ethnicity. Why the fuck not? Informal estimates suggest black people make up around 12% of those living and working in central Lisbon, and another 6% or so of Asian descent. The rosary picture of racial integration has been clouded by studies suggests discrimination in areas ranging from education to housing, employment to the justice system. Campaigners lamented of shortage of blackface in political business in the media. So they're dealing with the same shit we dealing over here in America. You can't get around that shit. You still hear the idea that Portuguese colonialism was different, benevolent, gentle. The idea is still common, but it's far from the reality. Fernando Raza, historian. Oh, hold on, I gotta go up one more. There is a marginalization of blacks in Portugal. Racism is deep rooted and systematic in its structural, said Gomez Diaz. We have to admit that Portugal is as racist as other European countries. She hopes that slavery movement will help combat racism today. There are signs of change. Justice Minister Francesca Van den is the first black woman to hold cabinet office. Black and Asian actors are showing up increasingly in telenovelas. The image of a tolerant colonial past has been challenged by high profile media productions. Among them was a series of documentaries presented by historian Fernando Rosa on the RTP2 TV network. The highlighted historical horrors from the 16th century breeding centers. What the what? The 16th century breeding centers. I didn't know they was doing that well. For slaves in rural Portugal to forced labor regimes that continued in Angolian diamond mines and coca plantations on Sao Tome long after slavery was officially abolished. All forms of colonialism were like that. The difference is that in Portugal, it's not talked about. It's like it never happened, Raza said in an interview. From people in authority and from the man in the street. You still hear the idea that Portuguese colonialism was different, benevolent, gentle. The idea is still common, but it's far from the reality. Rosa was a founder of the Left Bloc, a radical party that is the most vocal political force in highlighting racial issues. The party stands accused, however, of not practicing what is preached. Like other left of centers parties, it has no black lawmakers. Oh, well, I can see why they don't practice what they preach. Lone voice, the sole black member in the 230-seat parliament, is Helder Almoral of the Conservatives, CDS People's Party. In a country that has 500 years of links to Africa, there is just one black lawmaker, Almoral said. That's odd given that this is a country that likes to boast about being interracial and very open to relations with other peoples. Amaral agrees that there's less overt racism in Portugal than many places, but says not enough is done to promote integration and opportunity. There are countries where the expression of racism and xenophobia is worse, but they have no capacity to integrate their communities, he said. We have a serious problem of inequality of opportunity. We have a serious problem with a society that is not fair in the treatment of its minorities. And this is the excavation site of the biggest slave cemetery ever found in the Americas at the New Black Memory and Research Institute Museum in Rio de Janeiro. And from that, I'm going to go to, is this what I want? No. Hold on, y'all. I got to find it. I think this is it right here. Hold on, let me see. This might not be it. So y'all, can y'all see the screen? No.
Yeah. You good, brother? I can see it. You got were you trying to show us the map?
No. I'm trying to see if this is. Okay, I don't think this is the one, so I got to go back. All right, I'm going to start. Shit, I can't see it. Fuck. Oh, let me see if I can make it
Can you
big.
blow that up? That's better.
Hold on, I'm going to try to get it bigger. All right.
Family, if you're in the building and have not hit the like button, I would appreciate it. The algorithm appreciates it. Thank you, family. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Saturday.
And this is from nationalhumanitiescenter.org. And this is Captured in West Africa accounts from the narratives of former slaves. You can get the PDF. And so I'm just going to read a little bit of this. It says, one day, a big ship stepped off the shore. A big boat was down at the edge of a bay. For innumerable Africans, the appearance of a strange ocean-going ship signaled the end of their lives as free people, whether captured by Europeans or African slave traders, or enslaved as prisoners during war. They just want to vote. They're prisoners of war. They just want to focus on one aspect. They're prisoners of war. That means these motherfuckers was fighting other tribes and they lost. So now you're the prisoner of war.
Yeah. And look, the primary that I showed you guys in the documents illustrated, they told y'all the same shit that Sutin is telling you right now. See how that shit connected?
Them pandemics just make up shit. So it says the African's fate was the same: to be shackled, confined in a ship, and transported across the ocean and sold into a life of forced labor. Here we read from two perspectives of the enslaved and the enslaver. So we're going to go down and read Captured in West Africa. From the narratives of formerly enslaved African Americans comes these 15 descriptions of captured. One, the accounts of Olada Equiano, but I don't even know how to say that, Boy Rio Brinch, and Auba Salim Diallo. I hope I'm saying his name right. And Joe Ben Solomon, whose narratives were published between 1734 and 1810, and the accounts of their relatives captured, related by former slaves interviewed in the 1930s by the Federal Writers Project. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. Project of the Works Progress Administration. How do the two groups of accounts differ? What patterns do they share? You might include Venture Smith's description of his Gold Coast homeland, which he concludes with a detailed account of his capture. We're not dealing with him right now. So we're going to go to this slave manatees. William Snellgrave, an English slave ship captain, describes 3 manatees by captive African in his 1734 narrative, a new account of some parts of Ghana. The slave trade which caused the manatees, according to Snellgrave. How did he strive to avoid mutiny on his ship? How does he justify enslaving Africans? How will formerly enslaved persons judge his order to treat captives with humanity and tenderness? How many of these captured Africans are the ancestors of African Americans? Of the 12 million Africans brought to the Americas, the vast majority, 95%, were taken to the Caribbean islands, West Indies, and Latin America, Central and South America. The other 5%, about 500,000 Africans, were brought to British Atlantic colonies on the eastern coast of North America. So that's more than 8,000 It is their experience and their creation of personal and group identity as African Americans that were pursued in the rest of this toolbox. Okay, so I don't care about all that. It don't give me the account. We're just gonna click on it. We're gonna click on this and see. Okay, so it didn't give us nothing. So I'm guessing they deleted it. They deleted it. Ah. Okay, so let's see if it's gonna show us this. Okay, this is the database. We don't want the database. I thought that we're gonna talk about the narratives of the people. Okay, I don't want Oludai Equiano. We're gonna go here. Thomas Boulet, some memoirs of the life of Job, the son of Solomon. So let's hit that. Let's see if it pops up. Damn, y'all can't see this. It's just a book. This didn't give me shit. So I'm gonna move on from that because it ain't give me nothing. So we're gonna go here to the door, the journey of the door of return. But this is not what I really want, though. Do I got the other one up? Let me see if this is it. This might be what I want. Okay, I think this is just pictures. I don't want this just pic. I want to talk. Okay. We can come back to that later. I don't want to just show the pics. Yeah, I think that I could have swore I saved that shit. I could have swore it was this one right here that I needed. Let me look, because this might be it. Yeah, I think this is it. So let's go back. A journey through the door of return. So we're going to go down. I mean, it's really in bad. I won't say bad shape, but just look like it needs to be repainted. Okay, people travel all over the world for many different reasons. Some like to take in historical sites, while others prefer to taste their way through new places. If you read any of my other articles, you'll know that I like to approach each location's unique history. Okay, I don't care about all that. I just want to get to the meat. So let's go down. Let's see what this is. An everlasting memory of the anguish of our ancestors. May those who died rest in peace. May those who return find their roots. May humanity never again perpetuate such injustice against humanity. We, the living, vow to uphold this. Maybe the black people, no? Okay, Ghana served as a hub during the transatlantic slave trade because of its coastline and geographic location in West Africa. Nearly 40 slave castles operated in Ghana alone. The slave traders brought in people from different African countries, but most of them spent their last moments on the continent in Ghana. The slave trade occurred in three distinct parts. The first involved enslaving people and holding them in castles until the boats arrived to take them away. The second was the horrendous boat ride itself. The third focused on their experience in whichever country they forcibly settled in. As a student in the United States, we frequently learn about slavery in history or social studies courses. It was a very whitewashed version and only focused on the third part of the slave trade. Visiting the slave castle in Ghana provided me with a deeper understanding of the first stage that was previously lacking. We started our day by driving about 3 hours west of Akora. We first stopped at Elamina, the lesser known slave castle of the two. It is located on the top of a hill right by a bustling market in a town with the same name. So we're gonna see if this is the Elamina slave castle.
Now, mind y'all, that wasn't initially for slaves. They was using that to mine gold and shit.
Yep. Okay, so we entered and walked through a small museum covering the castle's history. The Portuguese first opened the Elamina Castle in 1482. The castle traded owners throughout the years, but the Dutch ultimately ended the slave trade at the castle in 1814. Almost 350 years later, let that number sink in. It is the larger and older castle out of the two. Slave traders held enslaved people here for up to 3 months before they made the treacherous journey across the Atlantic. At Elamina, the most striking jack tap position was the chapel right next to the dungeons. The Portuguese held church service in the castle while they tortured people a stone's throw away. They forced hundreds, if not thousands, of enslaved people into these tiny dungeons. They had nowhere to eat, sleep, or relieve themselves. The sounds of the waves taunted them right outside of the castle walls, but they rarely go to leave their cells. Diseases were rampant in these conditions. Abuse, sexual assault, and rape commonly happened. The capturers claimed that they needed only the strongest people to work in other countries. They used this excuse to justify the horrific conditions they forced people into. So we're going to see this is the door right here, the door of return. And then this is just a walk in the Elamina Castle. That's the courtyard. It looked like this place is just abandoned, bro.
Yes, there was a church that's over top of the dungeon over there too. They had a side for the females and a side for the males.
Okay, but so this might I'm not saying it is, but you remember when we was going through and you brought up the Brooks Brothers slave sketch, and I was reading from my book, and it said that they were having a party and they were dancing on top of the slaves that was in the basement. That's not this, is it?
Yeah. This would be a church over top of it, so I don't think it would be dancing. But in other establishments, yeah, the enslaved people would be downstairs or under in the basement some damn where, and not to come up unless they're using them for to do certain duties and shit like that around, and you go right back in the dungeon.
Okay, so it says only 1 in 5 enslaved people made it out of the castle alive, while those who survived received no reprieve Once they left West Africa, the statistic sheds a light on the sheer magnitude of the slave trade. We now estimate that anywhere between 12 and 3 million enslaved people made the journey across the ocean, but that number only represents the 20% that made it to the second stage of the slave trade. Much like Elamina, the Cape Coast slave castle also sits in the heart of the bustling area. It's the more famous of the two, but both house dark history. Personally, Cape Coast struck a nerve. The dungeons at the castle were completely underground. At Elamina, some of the dungeons received sunlight and some open air. That wasn't the case at Cape Coast. These dungeons only had a tiny slit that let in a silver of light, forcing people to live in the dark. The living conditions were unfathomable. And this is the dungeon at Cape Coast. That's one photo to the left. They put lights in there now, but for a minute I thought that was the sun, but no, those are lights. Then this is the door no return, and yeah, that looked like that might be the original door there. I don't. They probably ain't even changed it, bro. Despite the heaviness of the experience, I also felt silver of hope at Cape Coast. The castle has a door of no return. There was This was the last place every enslaved person walked before forcibly boarding the ship. It's such a dark part of the castle, but descendants of enslaved people who have since started to reclaim its history. Many members of West African diaspora have since returned to the castle and entered through the door of return. Renaming the door is part of the efforts to connect Africa with its diaspora. Even in the darkest of places, there are still glimmers of hope. I don't have adequate words to fully articulate these experiences. They offered insight into a very dark part of history that is too often overlooked, served as grim reminders as to what humans are capable of, and honored the resilience enslaved people at all stages of the trade. These visits were similar to my experience at Auschwitz. You are faced with extremely mixed emotions. I don't care about all that Auschwitz shit. We talking about us. Okay, so what is this? What is this rope?
That's a suspending bridge that they got out there, like at one of their parks.
Who made it?
That I don't know, but that's one of those suspending bridges joint they made out there. That's recent. That's like kind of late on now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
this
all.
is, I guess, this is the chick that the article. She wrote this article. So now let me get back to my.
Yeah, that castle wasn't no joke.
Yeah, this is. I just want to go up and show some pictures. This is the Gold Coast Elamina Castle, a Dutch Ghanaian movement. And this is. I don't know if y'all can barely see this, but this is the castle from far away. And this is Adrena Isaac Runkle. I can't really make out what it says. And that's a cannon. And that's what it looks like from far away. I mean, the castle it looked big.
Hmm.
It looked like it just needs to be repainted, but I can understand not repainting it to give it that old timey slavery feel. I can't read this. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I see general over in over the nude 1758. That's all I can see.
They was talking that crazy shit back then.
Oh, hold on, wait. Let me see, because there's stuff underneath the bottom of the pic. It's okay. It's a detailed tombstone of a B. Bewen Hibber, Dutch commander. I don't care about that commander. This is what I want. The entrance to the slave dungeon. So I'm guessing it was one way in, one way out.
That I'm not quite. But no, they had a
You
back
can get
end
in from two ways
in
because
the
it's got
front.
one
But
here
those
and
ships
one
are lined up on the coast. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And you exit on the, you exit that door and overturn.
Okay, it says very old Portuguese chapel later in the Dutch period meant to auction slave supplies by local African chiefs in Mena Castle. So it says in 1482, the Portuguese found the castle, which means St. George of the Mine, on a finger of land between the ocean and Ghana's Benue River. On this finger of land north from the castle, a native and mixed blood trade settlements came into being. The Portuguese were traders who exchanged European and North African products against local gold and ornaments. Later, the transport of gold from South America to Europe weakened the position of Portugal in São Jorge da Mina. The Dutch conquered Elmina Castle in 1637 after the Portuguese had survived numerous attacks from Spaniards, French, and English during the years before. The Dutch success came from a heavy bombardment of Elmina from Fort St. Jago, later named in Dutch Fort Conradsburg. Company owned all Portuguese castles and fortresses. Later, until 1872, Elmina became the headquarters of the Dutch possessions along the West African coast. During that year, the castle was ceded to the British because the Dutch possessions in West Africa became loss making. Elmina became an English police and military training center for many years. From 1970, Elmina has become an official Guyanese monument. As such, in the first place, in later Elmina was, well as the other Gold Coast castles and fortresses, have been included on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Elmina was the first trading post built along the Gulf of what is that, Guyana, and the oldest European fort in Central and Southern Africa. The trade settlement grew rapidly due to gold and slave trade. In fact, it became one of the most important stops on the route of the Atlantic slave trade within the trade triangle: Europe, West Africa, West Indies, Europe. That's nice. And I'm guessing this is a picture of what it looked like in 1710. And we got another picture. This is 1870. Well, I don't know if it was made in 1875, but
No, the Elmina was made around 1400s under Henry and
No, I'm talking about the picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad.
This is another picture from the 1690, and you barely can see it. Then you got another one from 1790.
And these are the Dutch making these joints.
Let me go. I don't think it tells me. Yeah, it don't tell me.
It says the Netherlands, so yeah, that's Dutch right there.
Where that was that? Oh, okay. I see it right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if do the other ones say that shit.
Yeah, what did Owen say?
The Netherlands.
Yep, bam. So that's when the Dutch was in power.
Yeah.
And that's what those illustrations. And isn't it funny you had the Tia Mary map? Because that was a Dutch dude that chartered. So you had a lot of Dutch map makers and shit. Everyone getting all excited about, oh man, it's Tia Mary. Timerica.
And that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they can hold people off because they got cannons mounted.
Mm-hmm. Oh, another thing, don't they look just like the same cannons that King Hafan had in that photo? That's wild.
I would have to look and compare them side by side.
That's wild.
Up there go my brothers and sisters.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, this is a lot. When we get into the end of this, let me see if I can bring up. Oh, is this it? Nope. I don't want to. Is this it? No, I don't want to touch none of that African vernacular. I just want to see. I'm looking for the stuff I was doing last night. I'm not going to talk about the Maroon societies. Not right now, anyway. Yeah, this is what I brought up this last night. So all those that was only thing last night when they keep talking about this 8,000. We go into the castles, and the castles they was pumping out more than 8,000. But if you can see right here, this right here in Mississippi, right? It says that they had 33,000 slaves in 1820. That knocks that 8,000 out of the park. And then it mushroomed to about 437,000.
Damn.
Giving the state the country's largest slave population. While new births accounted for much of that increase, the trade in slaves became a crucial part of Mississippi's social and economic life. So these people keep talking about, oh, the Mississippians, we're the Mississippians. How the fuck is all you black people ancient Mississippians and y'all not African? Come on, y'all got to get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Damn, they say the population from 33,000 went to 437,000. Damn.
Yep. Ooh. It's like these pandemics. They just say whatever, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So that sell slaves were painful events. They could be humiliating since humans were treated like livestock and inspected. Okay, I read that yesterday. Did I read all of this yesterday? No, I don't think I read all of this yesterday. I might have. Oh shit! I don't. We touched so much shit yesterday. I don't remember.
Ali Muhammad, you're welcome to pull up and get your shit pushed back if you like.
Please.
Okay, so it says from 1833. Go ahead.
I said we don't want to deal with your children. We want to deal with the parent.
Yeah. So from 1833 through 1845, selling slaves was officially illegal. Yeah, I touched this yesterday. Yeah, I touched on that. So let me see. This is slavery in antebellum Georgia. I don't think I touched on this. So it says when the Georgia trustees first envisioned their colonial experiment in the early 1730s, they banned slavery in order to avoid the slave-based plantation economy that had developed in other colonies in the American South. The allure of profit from slavery, however, proved to be too powerful for white Georgia settlers to resist. By the era of the American Revolution, 1775 to 83, slavery was legal and enslaved Africans can constitute whatever that what is that word can constituted
Where you at?
constituted
Constituted.
constituted nearly half of Georgia's population. Half. Oh, we would know it was at almost half. So, although the revolution fostered the growth of an anti-slavery movement in the northern state, white Georgia landowners forcibly maintained their commitment to slavery even as the war disrupted the plantation economy. In fact, Georgia delegates to the Continental Congress forced Thomas Jefferson to tone down the critique of slavery in his initial draft of the Declaration of Independence. Likewise, at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1787, Georgia and South Carolina delegates joined to insert clauses protecting slavery into the new U.S. Constitution, and subsequent decade slavery would play an ever increasing role in Georgia's shifting plantation economy. So they made sure they implemented that. Hey, water this shit down for us, bro. Cotton in the growth of slavery. For almost an entire 18th century, the production of rice, a crop that could be commercially cultivated only in the low county dominated Georgia's plantation economy during the Revolution. Planters began to cultivate cotton for domestic use. After the war, the explosive growth of the textile industry promised to turn cotton into a lucrative staple crop. If only efficient methods for cleaning the tenacious seed from the cotton fiber could be developed. Now, look, they talk all this shit, right? Corn, you got a corn, you got another corn, you got another that, you got another corn. Well, why ain't y'all talking about the rice?
That's
Why you
right.
why you ain't talking about the cotton?
And look, we brought rice cultivation to America. Black women did that.
No, for
That's why they
everybody
call
in
it
the comments section, go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah, my bad. I was just saying that's why they call it the rice coast. Go ahead, brother.
Now, for everybody in the comment section, do these look like sharecroppers? I mean, in the middle, you got a white guy just standing there telling the dude something while the other person is just hoeing the land. Those sharecroppers, y'all? Well, we're going to find out. By the 1790s, entrepreneurs were perfecting new mechanized cotton gins, the most famous of which was invented by Eli Whitney in 1793 on a Savannah River plantation owned by Catherine Green. This technology advanced President Georgia planters with a staple crop that could be grown over much of the state. As early as the 1780s, white politicians in Georgia were working to acquire and distribute fertile western land controlled by Creek Indians, and process that continued into the 19th century with the expulsion of the Cherokee. Oh, so they kicked the Cherokee out. Why don't y'all talk about that? Y'all pandemics, right? Y'all claim y'all Creek and Cherokee. Why ain't y'all talking about this? Because y'all don't know the fucking history. You motherfuckers were slaves, just like my people was fucking slaves. By the 1830s, cotton plantations had spread across most of the state. As was the case for rice production, cotton planters relied upon the labor and enslaved African and African American people. We're going to read that again. As was the case for rice production, cotton planters relied upon the labor of enslaved African and African American people. Accordingly, the enslaved population of Georgia increased dramatically during the early decades of the 19th century in 1790. Now remember, they make a clear distinction between the African American, and the Indian. Now, when I read this, it said enslaved African and African American people. Did it say anything about the African American people being Indian? No. They just hop on a still African American culture and they place it inside their pandemic cult. It's not us, bro. Just before the explosion in cotton production, some 29,264 enslaved people resided in the state in 1973. The Georgia Assembly passed a law prohibiting the importation of captive Africans. The law did not go into effect until 1798, when the state constitution also went into effect, but the measures was widely ignored by planners. So they just said, fuck it, we're going to still do what we want to do, who urgently sought to increase their enslaved workforce. So they put a law in saying that you couldn't enslave, or you can import, and you can import the African, and they just said we're going to ignore it altogether and do what we do. By 1800, the enslaved population in Georgia had more than doubled to 59,699, and by 1810, the number of the enslaved people had grown to 105,218 people. That kills that 8,000. And this is just Georgia. We're not even in Mississippi. We're just dealing with Georgia. The 48,000 Africans imported into Georgia during the era accounted for much of the initial surge in the enslaved population. When Congress banned the African slave trade in 1808, however, Georgia's enslaved population did not decline. Instead, the number of enslaved African Americans imported from the Chesapeake stagnant plantation economy, as well as the number of children born to enslaved mothers, continued to outpace those who died or were transported from Georgia. So what that means, if I'm wrong, y'all can correct me, that they were birthing more people than the people that were dying, right?
Yeah, and coming over here.
Oh. In 1820, the enslaved population stood at 149,656. In 1840, the enslaved population had increased to 280,944. That's a big ass boom. And in 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, 1861 to 65, some 462,198 enslaved people constituted 44% of the state's total population. By the end of the antebellum era, Georgia had more enslaved people and slaveholders than any state in the lower South and was second only to Virginia in the South of a whole. Damn, G. And this is from Harper's New Monthly March. Carrying cotton to the gin. So when it says from Harper's New Monthly March, does that mean Harper's Weekly? That's the newspaper?
Yeah, I believe so, because that was one of the most common things in circulation.
They don't look like
Possible.
sharecroppers to me.
Harper's Weekly.
The Lower Piedmont or Black Belt counties, so named after the region's distinctively dark and fertile soil, were the site of the largest, most productive cotton plantations over the antebellum area. Some 2/3 of the state's total population lived in these counties, which encompass roughly the middle third of the state. By 1860, the enslaved population in the Black Belt was 10 times greater than that in the coastal counties, which rice remained the most important crop. So it wasn't just cotton. We want that rice. Slaveholders. Although slavery played a dominant economic and political role in Georgia, most white Georgians did not claim people as property. And now that was important. They didn't claim people as property. In 1860, less than 1/3 of Georgia's adult white male population of 132,317 were slaveholders. Damn, that's a lot. The percentage of free families holding people in slavery was somewhat higher, 37%, but what? The percentage of free families holding people in slavery was somewhat higher, 37%, but still well short of a majority. Moreover, only 6,363 of Georgia's 41,084 slaveholders enslaved 20 or more people. The planter elite, who made up just 15% of the state's slaveholder population, were far outnumbered by the 20,000 slaveholders who enslaved fewer than 6 people. In other words, only half of Georgia's slaveholders enslaved more than a handful of people. It don't matter, they still enslaved them. And Georgia's planters constituted less than 5% of the state's adult white male population. Yeah, they could have took this bitch over, bro. These statistics, however, do not reveal the economic, cultural, and political force wielded by the slaveholding minority of the population. Slaveholders controlled not only the best land and the vast majority of personal property in the state, but also the state political system. In 1850 and 1860, more than 2/3 of all state legislators were slaveholders. More strikingly, almost a third of the state legislators were planters. Hence, even without the cooperation of non-slaveholding white male voters, Georgia slaveholders could dictate the state's political path. And as you can see, you got more of my brothers and sisters, the women and children in slavery. And this is courtesy of the New York Historical Society. And as you can see, the bottom says enslaved family. So what these people talking about?
Hey, can you go up to the image again real quick?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's a family, enslaved family.
Wow.
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Everybody.
And I told you put my phone on the charger and you didn't.
And they look like they rocking those black shirts too.
And you walked off and said, okay.
That David was talking about. I mean, that I was talking about with pertaining to David. Wow.
Alrighty, so now we're going to go down. As it turned out, slaveholders expected and largely realized a harmonious relations with the rest of the white population during election season. Wealthy planters courted non-slaveholding voters by inviting them to celebrations that mixed speech making with abundant supplies of food and drink. On such occasions, slaveholders shook hands with yeomen and tenant farmers as if they were equals. Non slaveholding whites, for their part, frequently relied upon nearby slaveholders to gin their cotton and to assist them in bringing their crop to market. These political and economic interactions were further reinforced by the common racial bond amongst white Georgia men, sharing the prejudice that slaveholders harbored against African American non slaveholding whites believed that the abolition of slavery would destroy their own economic prospects and bring catastrophic to the state as a whole. Propping up the institution of slavery was a judicial system that denied African Americans the legal right and the legal rights enjoyed by white Americans. Since the colonial era, children born of enslaved mothers were deemed chattel doomed to follow the conditions of the mother, irrespective of the father's status. Georgia law supported slavery in that the state restricted the right of slaveholders to free individuals, a measure that was strengthened over the antebellum era. I can't even read stuff. They just yelling in the living room. Other statutes made the circulation of abolitionists material and capital offense and outlaw literacy and unsupervised assembly amongst enslaved people. Although the law technically prohibited whites from abusing or killing enslaved people, it was extremely rare for whites to be prosecuted and convicted for these crimes. The legal probation against slave testimony about whites denied enslaved people the ability to provide evidence of their victimization. On the other hand, Georgia courts recognized confessions from enslaved individuals and, depended on the circumstance of the case, testimonies against others enslaved people. So this is like an auction block. What does this say? Slave market. The relative scarcity of legal cases concerning enslaved defendants suggests that most slaveholders muted out discipline without involving the courts. Slaveholders resorted to an array of physical and psychological punishment in response to misconduct, including the use of whip, wooden rods, boots, fists, and dogs. The threat of selling an enslaved person away from loved ones and family members was perhaps the most powerful weapon available to slaveholders. In general, punishment was designed to maximize the slaveholder's ability to gain profit from the slave labor. Evidence also suggests that slaveholders were willing to employ violence and threats in order to concord enslaved people into sexual relationships. And this is the guy that Will Smith played in Emancipation. I think that's him.
Yeah, that's him. That's his
I
name's.
don't know his name. I didn't watch the movie.
But yeah, he ran away and got out of enslavement and then joined. Yep, Peter. There you go. Shout out the Black Cabinet in the chat and joined the Union Army.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
That matter of fact, that picture was circulated. That was one of those images that they were trying to use to say, okay, well, it's enough. These Negroes had enough. Let's try to end slavery. You know.
Oh, this you talking about? This is one of the pictures. Why?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he took his back off, and that was the medical examiner trying to examine him for the first time after he escaped, right? Because he made it across those Union lines, from my understanding. And during the medical examination, he took his shirt off, and they saw that, and they was like, "Well, damn!" And that was the picture of slavery in America, especially during the time when cameras and stuff was made. Because when was this taken? About 18 something. I don't know when.
Let's find out.
But yeah, that's it. I hadn't seen the movie, y'all, but that image though speaks volumes. If a picture's worth 1,000 words, that'll tell you something.
All right, don't tell us.
Yeah, I forgot when, what time period, but yeah, he escaped slavery and made it. All that barefooted in swamps all the time. Like, his journey was crazy.
Yeah. Okay, over the antebellum whites continued to employ violence against the enslaved population, but increasingly they justified their oppression in moral terms. As early as 1790, Georgia Congressman James Jackson claimed that slavery benefited both whites and blacks. The expanding presence of evangelical Christian churches in the early 19th century provided Georgia slaveholders with religious justification for human bondage. White efforts to Christianize the slave quarters enabled slaveholders to frame their power in moral terms. They viewed the Christian slave mission as evidence of their own good intentions. The religious instructions offered by whites, moreover, reinforced slaveholders' authority while reminding enslaved Africans of scriptural yo
Yeah, the religious instruction of the Negro.
admonishment that they should give single-minded obedience to their earthly master with fear and trembling as if to Christ. Yo, the
Yeah.
meddling of religion in slavery did not protect enslaved people from exploration and exploitation and cruelty at the hand of their owners, but it magnified the role played by slavery in the identity of the planter elite. In 1785, just before the genesis of the cotton plantation system, a Georgia merchant had claimed that slavery was to the trade of the country as the soul is to the body. 1775 years later, Georgia politician Alexander Stevens noted that slavery had become a moral as well as an economic foundation for white plantation culture. The cornerstone of the South, Stephens claimed that in 1861, just after the lower South had succeeded, consisted of the great physical, philosophical, and moral truth, which is that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race is his natural and normal conditions. Gotta be fucking kidding me. So we're gonna go to the. I'm almost done, y'all. I
All right,
know.
take your
I
time.
know Mo itching. I know he itching.
Shout out to Mo for patience, y'all.
So this is just a slave market. That's just an image, and this is I want to say it's a note, but you can't really see it. So yeah, I think that's it for this. Oh, are these uh, photos from the from Georgia? Yeah, that's what they are. And one of these is that it says something about the Negro. I think it might be the one with this brother in it right here, but I'm not gonna go into that because I think I'm almost done wrapping it up. Is this that newspaper article? Okay, so it says 158 years ago, nearly 450 enslaved African Americans were jammed into stalls at a horse track outside Savannah to be sold to the highest bidder as parties of the nation's largest slave auction. It lasted 2 days. People in Atlanta and Savannah will gather today and Friday to memorialize their weeping time. Here we reporting. Oh, okay. I don't know what all of this is about. I'm guessing it's just for them to remember what happened. In the mid 1800s, brothers Price and John Butler had what was then a fortune about 700,000 to 2 million in today's dollars. What the fuck did they do? They loved the high life it afforded for a custom ball. John Butler had a steel suit of armor made just for the occasion, never wore it again. Price Butler was addicted to gambling, yada yada. So here we go. The Long Cotton Rice Negroes. A gang of 460 Negroes accustomed to the culture of rice and province, amongst whom are a number of good merchants and house servants, will be sold on the 2nd and 3rd of March next at Savannah by Joseph Bryan. Term of sale 1/3 cash. I can't see. I'm the remainder by bond bearing interest from day of sale, payable in two equal annual installments to be secured by mortgage on the Negroes and approved personal security, or for approved city acceptance on Savannah or Charleston. Purchasers paying for papers. The Negro will be sold in filming, and the Negro will be sold in families and can be seen on the, I can't make out that word. It's PR something of Joseph Bryant in Savannah. There is that three days prior to the day of sale when catalog will be furnished. The Charleston Carrier Daily, Tri-Weekly. Okay, well, that's it. Well, yeah, that's basically what it is. This is just a news article. So when these people sit there and say that it didn't happen,
Yeah, that's a bill of sale.
yeah. Well, no, this is the newspaper clip. Let me go back up. Yeah, I think this is coming from a newspaper clip. that they put. Yeah, they put it in there. This is like for sale. So this was in the newspapers. I think that's about it that I want to touch on because I want to get into the records. I can do that next week though.
That boy is pushing.
This ain't even what I need. This is just a map
Just
of
the
the
tip.
largest slave. Yeah, the largest slave sale in Georgia history. I got, and it's I'm gonna just read it and then I'll be done with it. Market text: one of the largest sales of enslaved persons in U.S. history took place on March 2nd and 3rd, 1859, at the 10 Barak. I don't even know how to say that. The Broek Race Course, a half a mile, a 1/4 mile southwest of here, to satisfy his creditors. Pierce M. Butler sold 436 men, women, and children from his Butler Island in Hampton Plantation near Darren, Georgia. The breakup of families and loss of home became a part of African American heritage, remembered as the Weeping Time. The event was reported extensively in the northern press in reaction to the sales depend on nations growing sectional divided in the years immediately preceding the Civil War. So is that what we was reading? This? Oh, come on. Is that what this is? Does this have the date?
Say that again, brother.
This newspaper clip.
What about it? I didn't catch all that.
Because this dude is selling 460. And okay, but this is Joseph Bryant, and I don't think
Just
that's
say a gang of Negroes.
Yeah, that's what it says, bro. Gang, gang. So let me go back to this. Okay, it's not the same because this is M. Butler. And I don't think this was dealing with Butler. Let me go up and see. Yeah, this is what it was talking about because they go Price right there in John. And then when I go to this, oh, come on with that. You got Price right here. So they both talking about the same thing. Yeah, y'all. It hit different. I don't know what to tell them. It hit different.
It's just a tip, family. Wow. What a great presentation, bro. Like, niggas never disappoint around here, man. I don't know what y'all been smoking over there on TikTok, but I dare one of y'all come over here and refute anything that I said, that my man said, and what my brother Professor Push is about to say.
Yo.
Yes, man. Thank you guys for y'all support. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. If you guys haven't been here before, this is your first time hearing us. We do this every week. Go ahead and subscribe. We'll appreciate the follows. We'll appreciate the Cash App support too. Thank you for all of that too. We appreciate all that. Just good. I feel good. Yeah, you good, man. Let me know. I'll give you full autonomy, my man.
All right. Let me see where we start.
The push we all been waiting for, everybody.
Let me show y'all this real quick.
Shout out to Black Cabinet. Shout out to Beatrice, Val B, everybody that stopped by, Sharonda.
Let me show y'all. I got to show y'all where I'm getting this from and then I'm gonna go to my screenshots.
This shit about to be. I can tell. Mo been stirring up some shit.
Hey, don't put no pressure on me.
This shit about to be
Put no
crazy.
pressure. I might deliver.
All right.
New York slave.
You never know, man. Just
So is it more than the tip?
Hey.
Like, y'all just be prepared to bite the pillow. Just
Yeah,
in case it's more than the tip.
it's a wrap.
Damn, how do I do this? Oh, it don't. Wait,
Nah, he ain't show up, Perry.
Shout out to Perry in the motherfucking chat.
I see.
Brown in the chat.
Let's try this. See if it works. All right, boom. All right, so this right here, this is where I'm pulling from. Executedtoday.com. It's about 1741. John Hewson, Sarah Hewson, and Peggy Carey so abandoned to Confederate with slaves. Okay. Now it is a lot of filler and a lot of other shit going on in here. And this is also more, I guess, simplified version. And here, is this it? Yeah, this is the journal of the proceedings. But I would be in here. I would love to read this. Y'all know I do not give a fuck about being long-winded. But for the sake of brevity, I'm going to give you this source. This is in the Library of Congress. All right. So you got here, this shit is condensed. That's what I'm going to go through from the screenshots. But here is the primary, the Journal of the Proceedings, the New York Conspiracy, or a History of the Negro Plot, with the Journal of the Proceedings against the conspirators at New York in the years 1741 to 1742, together with several interesting tables containing the names of the white and black persons arrested on account of the conspiracy, the times of their trials, their sentences, their executions by burning and hanging, names of those transported and those discharged, with a variety of other useful and highly interesting matter by Daniel Hordsmanden, Esquire. Okay, now this shit goes, look, it's 504 pages. All right, so I did a couple of highlights in there. It's interesting, but even with my highlights, it's going to be some very extensive shit. All right, so I had to find another source, and I checked it. It is backed up. So I just wanted to show y'all that in case anybody want to try to say, oh, that's not a credible source. I have the primary and I checked it. You're also going to see this again because I don't want to do too much filler while I'm doing this. I'm going to use Wikipedia, but I know enough of this history. When I read this paragraph and a half that I want to use to make my example, I know that this is correct. And if you don't believe it, you can go here to Encyclopedia Britannica. And even if you were to get it from Encyclopedia Britannica, you need to check that source again. And you can go here to the Library of Congress and you can see his biography and what it says right here about him with the primary sources. All right, that's on their microfilm or in their digital archives. All right, so it all lines up. I know the history, so I know what I was looking for, so I can go to any of these sources because I already know what the primary is. All right, but no matter where you get it from, always check it. Even in the Library of Congress, try to see if there's something that could beat that source. And usually that doesn't happen with stuff that's going on in America. You would find a primary. Let's say if the Library of Congress had something about, like you seen, I pulled up something about Giovanni. That could end up being a secondary source if, I guess, maybe somebody in Spain or somewhere wherever he came from, maybe if they had like a diary that trumps everybody else's. But anyway, I just want to let y'all know that so that y'all don't get discouraged when researching, or if anybody tries to play a game like, oh, what website is that? You can use any source you want to if you already know the primary. All right. So I flex that for that reason. Now I'm going to go to, I'm going to stop sharing this and I'm going to go to my screenshots that I got of this condensed version. I got to go back to share. And this basically is involving slavery, but I'm going into the illogical approaches of these weirdos, and now we can't even just say that the pretendians. It's a lot of other people. It's Europeans involved. There's some Native Americans involved in this cap a lot shit. So it's for all of these people who are disrespecting history and telling things inaccurately at this point, because we're running into all types of weirdos. Let's go to, I think I'm on, is it this one? I got to make sure I don't show y'all my little thing I'm doing. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's that. Tell me what y'all see. Is it the fight never ceased?
Say that again. Is the what? Yeah, the fight never ceased. Yep.
All right, boom.
Gotcha.
All right, so here, this is the same thing y'all saw. So now let's run through this shit real quick. Is my voice good? Do I need to turn my mic up a little bit? Or
you good, man? Mic check is on point right now. Go ahead and cook, man.
All right, it says on this date in 1741, John Hewson, Sarah his wife, and Margaret Carey were executed according to sentence for the slave conspiracy to burn New York. They were the first white people executed in the affair, and when their 16-year-old indentured servant Mary Burton first described a plot to fire the city hatched by thronging slave conclaves at the Houston's Tavern, the account, I don't know why it says that, the account of the court's officer Daniel Horseman's, it was most astonishing to the grand jury that any white people should become so abandoned to confederate with slaves in such a execrable and detestable purpose. Now, Mary Burton is somebody I want y'all to pay attention to here, because we've heard these arguments about slave. The biggest highlight of this is the separation between indentured servants and slaves, okay? Because that's what their approach is. What they're trying to do is make it seem like the story of the slave trade for black people, right? Which we know are African descendants, but they want to believe something otherwise. But either way, we still can meet in the middle to talk about these conditions, right? So no matter who you believe these people descend from, if you think you're already here, or if you think that you descend from Africans, you're still capping when you say that this was just indentured servants. And we can also take you to the Jamestown incident, where these same people were supposed to get their freedom, right? They were considered indentured servants. They were supposed to get their freedom, and they ended up becoming slaves because of the laws and the different, things that were going on at the same in the United States at the time, or North America. Now, Mary Burton is important here because she's an indentured servant and she's Irish, and this is all going to tie in later, but because people brought that up on the lives, if y'all were there, talking about some with the Irish, they were slaves and the green nigger and all this other crazy shit, which is cap. That's a myth. This shit has been researched thoroughly, and it is cap. There is none of that shit. Okay, everybody was there was people who were indentured servants, prisoners of war, and they were slaves, but there was mostly black people who were treated like animals, like chattel. Okay, these other people were really doing paperwork. They had ways they were treated that weren't right, but you cannot compare it to the chattel slavery that we went through. I don't give a fuck if you call them green niggers and you got Irish in your family. It's not happening. And this, what I go through, is about to explain why they're in your family in the first place. But or some of y'all. So she was in the tavern, jury. Okay, whether there ever really was an execrable or detestable purpose, or whether white New Yorkers convinced of the arson plot were just chasing ghosts, nobody can say with certainty. But the Hewsons most definitely did confederate with the slaves. The keeper of the Dockside Tavern on the Hudson, Hewson, catered to the colony lower strata. Both black and poor whites frequented the place, and for the criminal element among them, Hewson kept up a side business as a small-time fence of stolen goods. That part you need to keep in mind, because we're going to tie that in later when we get to the gospel among the slaves. All right, there's this separation. As I go through all of this, you're going to keep seeing separation between the black people as slaves. Sometimes they don't even need to call them slaves because they're black or they're just Negroes, right? And you know who they're talking about. And then they just refer to the indentured servant as if they're separate people, right? Back in 1738, the Houstons had moved to the location from the South Ward, driven, one infers, by complaints of a previous neighbor that they kept a very disorderly house and sold liquor to and entertained Negroes. Well, what does that matter, right? Stay with me. 3 of those Negroes were the slaves Caesar, Prince, and Cuffy. Whoever named them that fucked up, didn't they? Caesar, Prince, and Cuffy. Like, how many times you call a nigga Caesar or Prince and fuck you think gonna happen, right? Who in January of 1738 had been busted for breaking into another tavern in town and carrying away the gin, an incident that by 1741 their prosecutors were characterizing as the germ of a years-long plot to orchestrate the annihilation of New York. The keystone to the 1741 wave of prosecutions, the break in the case from the standpoint of the court, occurred on April 22nd when Burton provided the grand jury a damning description of her master and mistress as the kingpins of a murderous cabal. Burton swore that Caesar, Prince, and Mr. Phillips, Negro man Cuffy, was used to meet frequently at her master's house, and that she has heard them, the Negroes, talk frequently of burning the fort, and that they would go down to the Fly and burn the whole town, and that her master and mistress said they would aid and assist them as much as they could. That in their common conversation, they used to say that when all this was done, Caesar should be governor and Houston, her master, should be king. That Cuffy used to say that a great many people had too much and others too little. That his old master had a great deal of money, but that in a short time he should have less, and that he, Cuffy, should have more. That at the meetings of the 3 aforesaid Negroes, Caesar, Prince, and Cuffy, at her master's house, they used to say in their conversation that when they set fire to the town, they would do it in the night. As the white people came to extinguish it, they would kill and destroy them. Up until that point, the court had a suspicion of an arson campaign based on a series of fires that looked like a pattern but might be coincidental. Burton's deposition gave the suspicion tangible shape and structured all the proceedings to follow. And in her telling, it all started with Houston, and Carrie. Now, I'm assuming that's the husband and wife and the mistress, Carrie. But I don't know if that's the mistress, but I think that's husband, wife, and Carrie. She's the prostitute, I think. But we're about to see if I remember that correctly. It was a story that fit what the judges would know or believe about them. Besides the Houstons' underclass and criminal connections, the Houstons' Irish lodger Peggy Carey. She's a lodger to the Houstons, and she's an Irish one at that. And Mary Burton is also Irish as well. So there's a separation. There could be some class issues right there, and that's a given, right? We've seen it in Rome, Greece, that happens. But they are not Negroes, and they're not anything compared to Negroes. And you're going to see later when the crimes are paid for here, right? Or alleged crimes on our peoples, and I don't see that as a crime. But anyway, the Irish lodger Peggy Carey was Caesar's lover. Caesar's lover. That's one of the Negroes, right? There goes some Irish in your family. Caesar's lover and the mother of his infant son. She was a person of infamous character, a notorious prostitute, and also of the worst sort, a prostitute to Negroes. Here goes some more separation again. So you got to focus on the psychological part of this shit. This stuff may seem like little minute, facets of what's happening along the sequence of events throughout this slave history, right? But when you get up to the point of 2023 and you have the weirdos speaking the way they speak on the internet, you got to add all of these things in. She was a person of infamous character, a notorious prostitute, and also the worst sort, a prostitute to Negroes. You fucking with them niggas? You're the worst of the prostitutes. You see how they created this fake ass system? So you have prostitutes, and then you got prostitutes that fuck with black people. Check that out. All right. Horstman then sneers in the introduction he wrote to his compendium of proceedings. Here is laid the foundation of the characters of Houston and his family, which will afford frequent occasion of enlarging upon, and from such a hopeful earnest, the reader may well expect a plentiful harvest. Peggy Carey, that Newfoundland Irish beauty, now came under relentless pressure to corroborate Mary Burton. Prostitute to Negroes or no, she was badly needed to add credibility and legal certainty to Burton's charge. Jailed and facing the prospect of execution, she nevertheless stubbornly refused every blandishment to adhere to Mary Burton's version of events, a version that would surely doom her friends in Houston's and her lover Caesar. She paid the last price of her obstinance. Arthur Price, the jailhouse snitch who eventually doomed Cuffy, entered the case, telling the investigators that Peggy said to him all the stuff they wanted her to say to them, right? John Hewson, who was being fitted for the halter, could see what was up. With his wife and now his daughter as well, both in jail, Hewson asked on June 1st to see Daniel Horsemenden, I cannot stand the name, Horsemenden, it's such a weird ass name, to open his heart to them, and they should know more. What deal was he hoping to cut? Could he extricate himself? Would he trade his own life to save his family? We don't know, because Horsemenden made it clear in their interview that not John Hewson, nor Sarah Hewson, nor Peggy Carey had an ounce of leverage remaining. Reproached him with his wicked life and practices, debauching and corrupting of Negroes, and encouraging them to steal and pilfer from their masters and others, for shewing his children so wicked an example, training them up in the highway to hell. Here we go. He further observed to him that his wife and Peggy then stood convicted of a felony for receiving stolen goods of Negroes, and that now nothing remained but to pass sentence of death upon them and to appoint a day for their execution for the fact, but that it was now determined that he, his wife and daughter, and Peggy should also be tried for being confederated in the most horrible conspiracy, that the evidence would appear so strong and clear against them in this particular that there was little doubt of their being all convicted upon that head also, that it would appear undeniably that he was a principal and head agent in the detestable scheme of villainy, the chief abater, if I'm saying that right, together with the rest of his family, of this execrable and monstrous contrivance, for shedding the blood of his neighbors and laying the whole city in ashes upon the expectation of enriching himself by such an inhumane and execrable undertaking. He therefore admonished him, if he would entertain the least hopes of recommending himself to the mercy of God Almighty before whose tribunal he must soon appear, that he would ingenuously tell the truth and lay upon the whole scene of this dark tragedy which had been brooding at his house, and discover the several parties he knew to have been engaged in it, in doing which he would make some atonement for his past villainies by preventing that slaughter, bloodshed, and devastation which he and his confederates had intended. Disabused of any hope, and what I want to say about this is that so you can see how they're treating this guy, right? Pay attention to they're saying their influence, and they're bringing up hell and God, and there's this religious bullshit again, right? And the Negroes, of course, we know who that is. they're supposed to be stealing. Like, what the fuck is you talking about? They're supposed to steal from me, right? But watch how they're met with the same punishment as the person who conspired against his own people. His own people. He tried to build an army using black people to go against, which they're supposed to rebel anyway. I mean, you did the same thing. You burned down their shit. You kidnapped them, brought them over here, did even more kidnapping after you sold them. People sold people, kidnapped them from there, and took them where they wanted to go. Where they wanted to take them at, and now they're trying to punish them for doing the same shit that happened to them, which explains a lot about our community and the things that you may think is something that comes from drugs or poverty. Some of this is part of a facet of our history that comes from you owe me, nigga. You understand? Now, I'm not telling people to go steal shit or anything, but I'm just saying there's some excuses in there for it. Like everybody, our people are not just walking around doing crazy shit for no reason, no more than they were doing this crazy shit at this time, because we're proud of that from this angle, right? If something happens, or if people in the future in 100 years, 200 years see the conditions that we were in and we work to undo those conditions, they would look back at some of the things that they see our people doing today and praise that. Yeah, they will do that. You wouldn't do it now because you're stuck and confined and isolated to the system that you're in. And naturally, because you have a conscience, you kind of feel guilty. So you would look at your brother as you just a fucking street thug and don't want to be nothing. But there is a story that's not being told behind that. It's more than just a person taking responsibility and not earning their own keep. Okay. So I just wanted to throw that out there. All right. Disabused of any hope, Houston put on a soft smiling air of innocence and declared he knew nothing at all of any conspiracy and called God to his witness, God to witness his protestations that he was as innocent with respect to that charge as the child unborn, and also his wife, daughter, and Peggy for aught he knew. He would go to trial with those three on June 4th. That proceeding was a walkover, as Horsemenden had predicted. Mary Burton was the star witness against her former master and mistress, with Arthur Price's account of Peggy Carey's confessions thrown in for good measure. Following these came a litany of the Houstons' current and former white neighbors who damned the Houstons' house as a regular haunt of the city's black population, that a cabal of Negroes was frequently entertained, that Peggy had been seen serving them, and both the Houston mother and daughter danced shamelessly with them. They danced shamelessly with them. Pay attention to the language here. The whole companies of Negroes were playing at dice there. Yeah, that's bad. This is bad because they're doing it with Negroes. You know, there's playing dice, then there's playing dice with Negroes. There's dancing, and then there's dancing with Negroes with shame, and then there's dancing with Negroes shamelessly. This is not just some indentured servitude, people. Let's keep it going. The real evidence here still rested only upon Mary Burton's allegation as supported by Arthur Price, but from the trial preceding, the court had already fixed that story through the flesh of other men. That others had hanged and burned already were known to congregate at Houston's, did the necessary work to finish John Houston, whose crime had made him blacker than a Negro, the scandal of his complexion and the disgrace of his human nature. Now check that psychology out there. Now they trying to make him a nigga. Now he's a Negro because he betrayed his people. So this is not just about, y'all got to understand what this is about. They don't fuck with you, period. Already, that's what that is, right? It's not about them saying, oh, your skin and you're black, so I'm gonna call you black. That's not what that is. There's something on top of you being dark skinned, right? There's you being dark skinned, and then there is just you as a person not being from that person. You're not the European. That's the other part of it, right? Then there's the hierarchy. There's the classism. There's the caste systems. That all of these things show psychology from the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere, no matter what color you are. So we are dealing with multiple layers of biasness, right? So pay attention to these things as you keep seeing that happen. The blacker than a Negro, the scandal of his complexion, and the disgrace of his human nature, right? Such a monster with this Houston appear before you, that for sake of the plunder he expected, by setting in flames the king's house and this whole city, and by the effusion of the blood of his neighbors, he, murderous, most detestable conspiracies, will no doubt
have had an everlasting remembrance to his eternal reproach and stand recorded to latest posterity. This is the man, his that grand jury, that grand incendiary, my bad, that arch rebel against God, his king, his country, the devil incarnate, and chief agent of the old Abaddon, the infernal pit in the regions of darkness. You see? This is how they're looking at you. They betrayed their own people. Well, we're going to look at you the same way. And we're even going to spill a little bit of poetry in the court proceedings to psychologically and mentally, whatever, psychologically illustrate a picture of this character, right? So to give it that I'm not even doing this to my own people, I'm doing this to a Negro. So even in the guilt, even when the person is guilty, they're still doing their own people a service by turning the person to a Negro in the eyes of your fellow European. Even in death and betrayal, they are covering for each other. Ain't that some shit? Spirit unite. As the unseasonably hot summer emerged in the weeks ahead, Horseman then would later report how Houston's body dripped and distilled very much, as it needs must, from the great fermentation and abundance of matter within him, bloating to gigantic proportions until at last Houston's corpse, unable to contain its load, burst and discharged pails full of blood and corruption. To the disgust of some nearby fishermen, to whom the stench of it was very offensive, the progress of this revolting fermentation was one reason guessed by amused New Yorkers for a queer phenomenon that, as they dangled in their monocles, Houston was turned Negro. Told you, Houston was turned Negro.
Hold up, it wasn't like that already?
What?
Houston wasn't already Negro? It turned Negro?
No, Houston is a white man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Houston is a white man. Houston was turned Negro, and Vark Caesar a white. And when they came to put up York in chains by Houston, who was hung upon the gibbet 3 weeks before and not yet exploded from his fermentation, so much of him as was visible, face, neck, hands, and feet, were of a deep shining black, rather blacker than the Negro placed by him, who was one of the darkest hue of his kind, and the hair of Houston's beard and neck, his head could not be seen, for he had a cap on, was curling like the wool of a Negro's beard. Like I said, they're going to turn him black. That's what they're doing. They're making the people view him as black. That's the poetry that they're putting behind this shit. They're even saying Caesar was now like being one of the whites. Caesar's black and now he's white, because he just robbed someone. This dude is doing the utmost. He was trying to do something that a Negro should be doing, right? A white person would just be stealing something, right? They do that all the time. But this person is conspiring to overthrow New York and burn that shit down and take the crown from one of his own people because he doesn't like his position. So it's like, you're a Negro, sir. The Negro is supposed to be doing that. You guys have switched seats. But that's basically, it's just going to keep going into this poetic delivery of switching him to a Negro, talking about his features and his colors, and in so much that an occasion remarked to Houston that Houston and he had changed colors. He's a Negro now. We know what the fuck that is. That's not even what the fuck happened. That doesn't even make any goddamn sense. But now from there, I think I'm going to go to, I don't know if I'm doing this in order, but let me leave this where it's supposed to be at. Prepare for you for the sake of plunder expected. As long as the king's house, his neighbors. Okay, I'm gonna just leave this right here. Let me stop sharing. Let me go to the next one. Court proceedings, New York slave rebellion. Did I get us? Oh, I just fucked up. I was supposed to keep sharing. I had another screenshot for you. Hold on. Let me get this right. Share screen. Window. Fight for freedom. My bad, Port. I left something out for some reason.
No worries.
Oh,
That's what you want right there.
yeah. Now where the what the hell? Something is missing. I could have sworn I put Encyclopedia Britannica in. There it is. I still had it. Okay, this part is cut off. What is in here? Catholic faith hysteria had died. Fuck it, yeah. I gotta go to the site. I wanted to stay in here, but I gotta go to the site. My apologies. Let's go to Britannica, Slave Rebellion, 1741. Okay. There we go. All right, so y'all got a little background on this for a brief a review. It was the Europeans basically were helping for their own benefit. They were willing to turn against their own people, and of course, you can get some pass around a couple drinks, get the courage, right, and shoot some dice and talk about some takedowns. We gonna pop off, right? We was already doing that anyway. That's how they knew that they could, plant a seed in our heads or whatever. So I just want there's a jewel in here on Britannica, so I want y'all to catch this. It says the notion of a conspiracy was brewing. Meanwhile, overseas, England had been at war for the previous 2 years with Spain. Let me blow this up. With Spain, inciting a fear of Spanish attack on New York City and a general sentiment of anti-Catholicism. Okay, so this is deeper than just this little plantation, this isolated incident in 1740, right? Or 1741, 1742. It's something brewing before that. This is stuff going on all over the world. Our people are fighting everywhere, right? And if we had internet back then, shit, damn. So this is people popping off all over the place, and it never stopped. I still haven't seen it cease yet, all the way up to this day. I haven't seen it cease. I don't know. There's things we don't agree with how people act, whether it's marching or just going straight upside somebody's head. It never stopped. It's just a whole bunch of different ways that people are fighting. And for the people who say that nobody was fighting back, and you think that makes sense, that they just pulled up and high-fived you and put you on a ship, you think your ancestors did that? Bullshit. It doesn't exist. Like I said, they create arguments that no one argued, and then they defeat that argument and put a crown on their own head, and they're talking to nobody. They're talking to themselves. History doesn't state that. We've never stated that. They themselves are the only ones stating that these African people and their descendants did not fight. They're the only ones saying it. And it's some sick shit that they're doing, because if you don't know how to think fast enough, you will get caught up in that shit. So they're very fucked up for doing that. But they're going to pay for it eventually. Causing widespread suspicion was a group of black citizens of Spain until they were captured by the British and the Caribbean and sold into slavery when they reached Manhattan in 1740. You see how that works? The indentured servitude and you being freed as a slave and you being a free person, it don't matter, because your ass is still black. That's what people are not understanding about this shit. You're black. I don't give a fuck if you're free or not. The same thing happened with the black Spaniards, the black Mexicans. The same thing happens with the black Moors. The same thing happened with the indentured servants who were on the ships and where y'all think slavery started in the America or in North America, in Jamestown in 1619. The same thing happened with everybody. And matter of fact, I think on I don't know which push it was, but I went through how the indentured black servants were being treated and how the white indentured servants were being treated, even some of the Asian ones. They were complaining in court case after court case after court case, and I gave you the source. Y'all can go there and look at it. It's tens of thousands of pages of Black people complaining about how they're being treated when they're not supposed to be treated that way. And that's when they had the indentured servitude there, and that's when they got rid of it. And some people were still supposed to be indentured servants, separate from those slaves who were not free people or who did not have contracts. They did not care. They grouped them all up in a pot with your black ass. All right. Manhattan in 1740, harboring resentment, the Spaniards continued to declare themselves free. Should have become prisoners of war, not slaves. So how the fuck were we all prisoners of war or indentured servants if these people are saying, hey, you need to look at me as a prisoner of war, not a slave? Well, that means the person is being treated as a slave and not a prisoner of war. We know the difference. We understand that this stuff is part of the history, but you're not about to play games and take prisoner of war and indentured servant and put blankets over other people and hide these scars that our people have and hide their injuries. You're hiding millions of people's history under these blankets. And they thin see-through blankets too. I can see through the motherfucker. Thus, Roman Catholics, African-born slaves, and Spanish-born blacks were all under suspicion. A jury was impaneled on April 21st, and Mary Burton, a young indentured servant at Houston's Tavern, was brought to testify before a jury under duress. Burton testified that the three slaves, Caesar, Price, and Cuffy, along with a contingent of poor white settlers, had plotted to burn the fort and the city and kill its inhabitants. Burton also implicated a white prostitute named Peggy Carey, who had ties to Caesar. Carey was then forced to testify and implicated many blacks in the conspiracy. And on the basis of her testimony, those named were kept in custody. Those held in custody were also forced to provide testimony and name names, which they did. In May, Caesar and Prince were charged not with conspiracy, but with burglary and were hanged. They were charged with burglary and hanged. Does that even make any damn sense? How the fuck does that even make any sense? You got charged with burglary and you got hung. The fuck is that? Carey, who was pregnant with Caesar's child, Houston, and his wife were arrested next and were publicly executed in June. Oh, well, shit, Carey is a European, right? The Houstons, they're Europeans. You're conspiring against your people, your government. You're trying to do, this is fucking, what do you call that shit? Domestic terrorism and shit, right? We just our people are slaves who just like, yo, we hungry, man. Like, yo, I've been fucking working in this shit. Like, yo, give me that. Anybody would do that. We still do that. Give me that. Fuck that. I'm gonna cut this corner. Fuck that. I'm gonna scrape a little bit off the top. Take this under the table. We still do it. That's what's up, right? And he got hung. That is a Negro who didn't even do the same exact shit that these people did. He's fighting for his people. He's doing something to get his people more freedom. And these people are conspiring against their own people. They both get executed. All right. Houston's body and possibly those of his wife and Carey as well was left hanging for all to observe. Still desperate to uncover a plot, horsemen then offered rewards of varying amounts depending on the informant's skin color and status. Well, would you look at that? Depending on the informant's skin color and status, that will determine how much money they're going to pay you for giving them information about these conspiracies to anyone who would provide evidence of the conspiracy. Over the course of the 3-month investigation, some 150 people were arrested and confessed or testified. Burton continued her accusations throughout the summer, eventually accusing more than 20 white, including a Latin teacher named John Uri, or Uri, however you say it, who was accused of using his Catholic faith to influence the rebellion. By the end of the summer, the hysteria had died down and the accusation stopped. Now, if you want a more detailed breakdown of those prices, was anything from 20 to 25 in some cases, I think even 50 pounds that they were given to particular people. Of course, the black person got the least amount for becoming informants and snitches. But yeah, of course, the European people got paid a lot more money than they did. But the Negro was executed the same exact way they were. So look at it. This is like the 7th or 8th time we're seeing that distinction. All right. We're seeing people being treated differently, and we know exactly why that's happening. So let's go ahead and move on. And I'm going to go to the gospel among the slaves. And it's going to give some more background as to the activities that were going on with the they call them indentured servants, but clearly when we read this, you're going to see they're not indentured servants. But with the black people who were, living their life, you could agree or disagree with some of the shit that they were doing. Doesn't really matter at that point. Someone has taken you away from your homeland, and they're, treating you as property. And from there, I don't see any rules. We can argue until Jesus doesn't come back with what the fuck somebody is supposed to do when they're captive. And until your ass is captive, you can just shut the fuck up, because I don't see any rules. I don't know if we need a time machine and we need to go back and watch it close up. I just don't get it. If you take somebody and you have them captive, I mean, that's the end of that shit. I got the wrong window, y'all. That is the right book, but the wrong window. Hold on. So yeah, we're about to look at how they viewed us. It's still going to build off of this narrative, as you can see, because it really wasn't about that plot. It was more of the detailed interactions between our people and these indentured servants, and then the elites. That's what that was really about. It's not really about the plot. I think this is the one. Okay. Yeah, this is it. Okay, and let me go up and give y'all the book first. That's page 104. This is The Gospel Among the Slaves, a short account of missionary operations among the African slaves of the southern states, compiled from original sources and edited by W.P. Harrison, yada, 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 yada. All right, there's that. Let's go back to 104. Chapter 8, The Negro Without the Gospel. Here it says, Methodism was an organism filled with deep and earnest piety. The fervor of the worship accorded with the impulsive and emotional nature of the Negro, and thousands of the race heartily embrace the truth under the preaching that touched their hearts and filled their imaginations with the liveliest pictures of religious joy. Yeah, the impulsive and emotional nature of the Negro. So you have to pay attention to the mindset of these people, and then it will all make sense how our people ended up thinking the same exact way after hundreds of years of being up under such a poisonous mentality. Now they're thinking the same thing about themselves. The irony, right? The impulsive and emotional nature. So that's why they can't put religion down. If you ever wonder, like, why the fuck they figured that out, they figured this out, and all of a sudden you became a Hebrew Israelite, because they just can't let it go. They don't mind remixing it and using it for power, but they still got that deep seated guilt in them. They can never fully let it go. Even the people who go to outer space and become aliens and align their chakras and all that shit, the Bible is still the word of God to them. It's still true. It's just a code that you need to go to them to crack, right? It all is still real to them, and they cannot let it go. Because of this, this is what made us allegedly become better people to them in their eyes. We need to upgrade the Negro. We need to make them better. This is them without the gospel, and this is them with the gospel, which is cap. Let me see that. But these Negroes were, for the most part, house Negroes. They were slaves being in immediate contact with white persons. Here goes Henry Turner, Bishop of African M.E. Church. He's the programmer. right? From their masters and mistresses, they insensibly embedded many refining and elevating tendencies. And when these masters were professed Christians, their influence helped to form a superior class of Negro slaves. Many of the household's servants were present at the family altar, and the daily prayers were addressed to the court of heaven and on their in their behalf, in common with the white members of the family. So now it's like, you know, we're being included in the heavenly realm, you know, the court of heaven, and our prayers are going up with them. You know, you're being included. You know, it's a mind fuck. Lectures on the Sabbath day were given for the benefit of the Negroes when there was no regular service by a Christian minister. These advantages created a favored class among the Negroes. There we go again. You see, there's classes within classes. See that? This is there. The system is being built right in front of your face. If you get rid of all of the what do you call it? I guess the intense parts of the story, like, well, there was a plot and they're burning down stuff. Look at the court proceedings. Look at how the people who are giving their testimony, or the people who are giving their statements, look how they're talking about people. Look how they're respond. Look how they treat the black person, and how they treat the indentured servant, and how they treat one of their own elites. Check it out, and you'll see them building the system there. It's grooming, and they make mistakes. They have little L's they take here and there, but they're working on it. This is them building this shit, this mentality, and it leads up to the same people you see today. When they say we got a number done on us, that is understatement. So these advantages created a favorite class among the Negroes, and the eye of the Southerner can almost instantly detect, by the grace of manner and the easy bearing of the person, the members of this household of saints belonging to the olden time. But the great majority of slaves were not thus favored. Living to themselves on large rice and cotton plantations, they had no social, and in the early times of this century, no religious facilities for development or progress. Having no standard of moral higher than their own, and coming in contact with no correcting authority, not even the reproof of well-wishing equals, we cannot be surprised at the low moral status of the plantation Negro. So they're removing themselves, and they're placing these other Negroes in place to deal with the people who have no morals and are compulsive and primitive and savage by nature, right? And that's not the case, because how the fuck did they get there? How did the people get there? That's the savage act. It's not the people there on the plantation. It's your ass who brought them over there. That's the point. Look at them. They have no religion. Yeah, they did. They have no more. Yes, they did. What are you talking about? And you have to pay attention to this crap. These people are trying to erase the history right in front of your face by starting the story off from right here on the plantation. That's what they are doing. And now our people are teaming up with them. High five. Yes, you're right. Yeah, this was just work. We were just working. And that's it. I mean, what? It helped us. You got the dual dabs, and the religion helped us out. That's the same shit they're saying right here. It's like dual dab, and these indigenous people are reading from their script. The proofs of this depravity are very numerous, and as the state of the Negro previous to missionary efforts will be contrasted in these pages by the results of pioneer work among them at a subsequent period, we present the picture of the African slave without the gospel, as that picture has been drawn by those who knew him in all the lights and shadows of his being. Edwin C. Holland, Esquire, published in Charleston, South Carolina, his refutations of calumnies against the Southern and Western states in 1822, referring to the practice of allowancing the Negroes in the lower parts of the Atlantic states. Mr. Holland says, if it be asked why those in the lower country are allowanced while those of the interior are not, the answer is that such are the facilities of transportation to market and the disposition to thievery so innate to the blacks, because we just naturally want to steal shit from people. Check that out. We just naturally want to steal shit from people. The person who was stolen is being blamed and criticized, critiqued, judged, labeled, scrutinized. And you stole them. The irony of the bullshit. To market into disposition to thievery, so innate to the blacks, that a planter's barn would in a very short time become bankrupt of its wealth, and the whole of his substance vanish like an unsubstantial moonshine, right? Which I salute them. They should have been stealing from the jump. Never stop stealing. I don't give a fuck. It's irrelevant. These people are making the dumbest arguments I've ever heard in my life, and it's rubbing off on our people. You know, you salute your people for doing this, and later we're going to see them saluting their people for doing this shit. Watch. Hold on a second. I may have not highlighted the other part. There was something about shit. Hold on. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is the dude who ranked up. Okay, hold on. I think I may have. Did I go past it? Is it up here? No, it had to be the Negro on the plantation. Okay. I know how I could find it. Hold on. It was like Jen. Damn, look how many times Jen is in there. Shit. Okay, that might, they still got origin in there. I just wanted to show you how they was hustling, like, and I'm pretty sure y'all know this, but I just wanted to show that it's documented. I'm trying to find this part where they were taking the rice and the gin, or no, taking the rice and was it rice and cotton, rice and corn? I know it was rice for sure. It was some other shit too, but they was basically just stealing, you know, and they would go down to taverns and shit and go get themselves a drink. You know, and there was another reason why they didn't like slaves drinking, of course, because, you know, they were drinking themselves. That shit builds up your goddamn courage. You know, it'll start off as you taking a sip to, you know, kick back. And next thing you know, you're like, man, I ain't about to go over there and do no fucking work. Fuck that shit. As a matter of fact, I'm about to take this bottle and go upside this motherfucker's head with it. You know, so you don't need them drinking. But okay, y'all gonna have to trust me, bro, on that one. I got a degree there too. You'll have a degree from there sometime. So you can get this book, because I don't want to take up too much time. I got a lot to run through real quick. So yeah, this is a good read. It explains the psychological approach, you know, and I don't take any of these people in these instances serious, right? These people are programmers to me. They're programmers. They're not, it would behoove them to try to get people to stop stealing and stop unaliving and stop revolting and stop whispering, you know, ideas of insurrection in people's ears. Of course, this ain't got nothing to do with God. This ain't got nothing. There's nothing wrong with somebody who would go upside your head or take your shit or get someone else to do the same thing if you just stole them. They are stolen. God damn. These people crazy, bro. And you got to be careful, like, because you might end up with this same type of mentality. You know, they got their head up their ass and they're like, what are we gonna do to solve the Negro problem? But yeah, that book will go deeper into some of the hustles that we were using. We would take some shit and go to the places like we were mentioned in the previous incident with the plot to burn down New York. Remember, the guy had a place where he had stolen goods and stuff like that, and a lot of our people would take some rice and everything and go, you know, and hustle. We use them against each other. They use us against each other. That's what we do. We're learning the ways. We're stealing because you're stealing. What do you mean? I'm gonna steal shit. I'm stolen. The first thing I'm gonna think of eventually is taking the shit that's right in my goddamn hand anyway. It's beyond being a thief. But what else would you take? You trapped. Now I want to go into You know what? I'm going to give y'all this source because this shit is very annoying trying to read these S's with the F's. So let me show y'all this real quick. This is another source y'all can go to get another inside view or peek into the past regarding the treatment, the behaviors of these people at the time, specifically in court proceedings. You know, this is the Council of the General Court of Colonial Virginia. All right. And here, I'm going to skim for you guys. Skim it. This shit is like case after case after case after case after case after case after case. And it's giving you a decent amount of details. It's not as extensive as the actual transcripts, because you can go to the Library of Congress and look at that if you want to. All of this stuff is in there. But it's 624 pages, man. And there's some jewels in here. I specifically was looking for things like indentured servants, right? And then Dr. Pot, his this shit is written weird, but you can kind of figure it out because you speak English, and you can kind of figure out what it says. And then Dr. Pot and his master, I'm guessing, to deliver up his indentures and make him free, and to give him fruit of apparel from head to foot and 3 barrels of corn. That is European, obviously. And then you have, hold on. You mentioned black people in here. They make sure you put a Negro, and they talk about you differently. I gotta remember what. Should have wrote this down. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm saying I'm gonna do it, and then I just keep reading and highlighting shit.
No, you good, brother.
See, here we go right here. But it is appearing by certain oaths that a Negro woman was contest by the said Captain Groves to be produced out of said crops. It is ordered that the said executor forthwith deliver the said Negro woman to the said I don't know what that is called. It could be Colonel Bacon, for the use of said orphan with her crops. But upon second hearing, the crops made by the said English servant is referred to the next court the third day. Okay, English servants, Negro woman is just being delivered. Like this is property. Okay, you got property, you got indentured servants. That there's a difference even in their court records. So this shit cannot be denied. They literally talk to you at you delivering a person. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? This person is property. Okay, you can see it here as well. The indenture, and you can just grab this book and you can type in black, you can type in Negro, you can type in, some of them even have the NIGGER in there, in parentheses or whatever. You can type that in, you can type in indentured servants and tell me how many you run into that are actually talking about a Negro. The majority, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but the majority through all of these records, not just this one, they're talking about Europeans. Indentured servitude is not something that is common for Negroes. Yes, it happened, and it was supposed to happen in some cases, but in most of it, it didn't. That's just how the fuck it is. It's cheap. Come on, man. You're gonna pay somebody that you don't have to pay? The world don't like them. Nobody really cares. And we're gonna go into this next one. I'm gonna show you that people don't give a fuck. I'm about to show you right now with what is Emmanuel Myers? Yeah, Emmanuel Myers. Let's go back up to the top. I think this is just a nice 25 pages, but I'm not going to read all of it. I'm just going to get the highlights so y'all can get some more of the behavior of these people. psychologically approaching our people as property. Which window? And this window here. I'm almost there, y'all. Almost. Responding. I don't know. Trials. Emmanuel Myers. The trial of Emmanuel Myers. Okay. Gotta get back to my window. You can just go to the Library of Congress and type this shit in there, or you can get the PDF off of Internet Archive. Yeah, but always check the primary and make sure the shit lines up. The trial of Emmanuel Myers of Maryland for kidnapping certain fugitive slaves. That right there should give it away. But something's going on in our community, and it's not enough, just to read something like that. It should tell you the whole goddamn thing about what's going to happen here. I can see what's going to happen. That's how I knew to pick it. So, oh, you know what? This might be a good read. It says the trial of Emmanuel Myers of Maryland for kidnapping certain fugitive slaves. That's gold to me because I have reading comprehension. So I know just from this title what the context of this entire case is going to be about. Let's look at it. The trial of Emmanuel Myers of Maryland for kidnapping certain fugitive slaves had at Carlisle, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry if I butchered that. November 1859. And publishing a report of this case, we have room for a voluminous. I'm not even going to try to do that one. Mass of testimony plating to the complicity of Rupley, not going to butcher that either, and Gass, who were all citizens of Pennsylvania and who were acquitted. We have therefore carefully arranged the testimony referring to the question tried, inserting the rulings of the court in full and omitting only that portion of the evidence which refers to the guilt of the above parties or their defense. Okay. Rupley, and not going to butcher that, proved a clear alibi. Gass was admitted to be innocent. Tuesday, November 15th, 1859. The case was called for trial. All right. Now I got the idea behind this. So let's get directly into this mill. All right. Robert McCartney sworn. There was a warrant placed in my hands for the arrest of the parties named, and I and the deputy went out in the morning. I borrowed a shotgun from Lafayette Pepper. Father, if I'm saying that right, was not at home, and I arrested Gass. Morrison and I started next morning, got my writ endorsed, and went near to where Myers lived. Said there, or aid there. That I don't know why this question mark is right here. Aid there that night, and next they concluded that Myers would not come there. Then when Westminster then went to Westminster, my bad, and got acquainted with the sheriff. We walked up to the jail and came back to the town, went down on the stage and took Myers, cautioned by counsel not to say anything about the plan he laid in Maryland to take him. On the way coming back, I told him not to say anything. He said it was not his fault, that these men were to keep him clear, and that he was to get $1,500. That's a lot of fucking money back then. And the balance was to be divided. And from the beginning, my bad, y'all. I'll go back down in a second. How can you be a fugitive slave if you're just an indentured servant, man? What the fuck are we talking about, bro? This shit is just stupid. I'm not even going to expound on that. But executor, he said Warfield was executor, that some other men had been appointed executor and had moved out of the state and handed his matter over to Mr. Warfield, that there was some debt against the estate and that Warfield had got the papers and he, Myers, had got them at home in his pocket, and that his friend would bring them the next day. He told me he had called on Thomas, and Biddle had told him he was not acting commissioner in reference to the colored people. He said to Mr. Biddle, "What if I take them away anyhow?" And Mr. Biddle and what's going on here is that he's plotting because he wants to take the other two people that he sees with the one person that he's supposed to be apprehending. And I think I probably skipped over that. My bad, y'all. So I just filled you in on that one. This is my bad. Damn. I'm gonna just read it. I live in Dickinson Township, 1 mile above Barnett's Mill. There was a yellow man lived there. We knew him by the name of John Butler. He was in my employ at the time. I speak of his family consisted of a woman and child, his daughter. The woman was about middle age, from 30 to 33, I should say. The child might have been between 7 and 9 years old. I cannot tell exactly how old. They went away in June, and I know that they were there in June before, June 1858, and I think in April, but am not certain. Don't remember their names. One of their names was Elizabeth. I was not intimately acquainted with the woman and child, only knew them passing along. I think, hold on a second. I think the other's name was Emmeline. On Friday, the 10th of June, last 1859, Butler worked with me and left my place about sundown in the evening. So it's talking about, he's trying to help them find these people, find this guy, but he ended up running into a woman and child as well. Okay. Meyer said to the man was a slave, but the woman and child were free. Okay, hold on. And the balance, take these. Okay. And the balance was to be divided. He said he was appointed an agent by the Maryland people to take these slaves. Meyer said the man was a slave, but the woman and child were free. He said Warfield was executor. Okay, so that's where I messed up. I skipped it. It was in here. So I had went to, he said Warfield when I came back from going back up there. So there you go. They're present here in this part of it. So I can go back where I was at. He told me he had called on Thomas M. Biddle, told him he was not acting commissioner in reference to the colored people. He said to Mr. Biddle, "What if I take them anyhow?" Because remember, they were free. The mother and the child are free. The man is the slave that the bounty was out for. And Mr. Biddle should have told him it would be kidnapping. He asked me what I thought about it, and I told him, indeed, I did not know anything about it. On the road coming over, Meyer said it was a short time before he was here, that he had been here before and saw Mr. Biddle. He stated that he, Strasburger, Smith, and some other person whose name I do not remember, came over in a carriage, and that they had taken the 3 black Negroes away. He said, which he's not supposed to be taking all of them. He said he had left 10 cents on the sill of the window at the gatehouse when they drove through the toll gate that night. So here we have it. People are supposed to be free. So what I'm getting at, this is the behavior. Pay attention to the behavior from the first incidents, that happened. You can, go into what you think about the main event and all of that, but I'm going into the key details, those minute details that we're not paying attention to, or that the people who say this shit didn't happen are not paying attention to within these stories. We're seeing the same pattern of treatment. Okay. Where does he even get the idea? Like, shit, what if I just take all 3 of them? Where's he getting that from? How could you think you could do that? Who the fuck could just do that? Who walks down the street today and like, so the fuck about just snatch? Like, how the fuck you gonna do that? You can't do. You could do that back then because of who these people were painted to be in the eye of the public, right? So even in the instance where we're trying to work on gaining freedom, people are trying to be free, indentured servants, trying to get equality. European people are helping and all this shit. You still have this mentality amongst these people to be like, what if I just take all of them? They free or whatever, but they still niggas. Take all of them. He said he had left 10 cents on the windowsill. I read that. He said that there was another man went along with him when they went to take the Negroes, but he did not name who. Mr. Gass told me that Myers was to give him $10 to show him the house, but that he had nothing to do with it. He said Myers had never paid him the $10. He said he went up after the carriage and then came home. Myers said he directed the letters to Papertown, but did not say to whom. Myers is a great talker. He covering his ass for him. Now, I don't know if there's any in between. I think I'm going straight to the end so that this can conclude. I pretty much got an idea of what happened, and there's a whole bunch of details and other testimonies and shit in between. If you want to read it, just go back and get the file for yourself. The provision of the Constitution of the United States is that a person held to service or labor in the state under the laws thereof, escaping into another state, shall be delivered upon on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. This certainly requires more than a claim to bring the case within the constitutional provision. There must first be a holding to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof. Second, an escape by the person held into another state. He's escaping from a job. The guy he woke up in the morning, he went to work and left early, and now they got to hunt him down. Fuck up. What are these people talking about? A claim by the party to whom the service or labor may be due. A mere claim without evidence that the Negro was held to service or labor under the laws of the state from which he came, or the claim was by a party to whom service or labor was due, will not bring the case within the Constitution of the United States. We cannot therefore discover any conflict between the Constitution of the Acts of Assembly of this state, which punishes a criminal offense, taking and carrying away a free Negro or mulatto from Pennsylvania for the purpose of selling or retaining him as a servant or slave. The Constitution of the United States authorizes and permits the citizens of every state to reclaim and carry away their property of every kind and sort, including servants and slaves, wherever found. But we cannot discover nothing in the instrument to prevent the punishment as criminals by any state of persons who seize and carry into servitude the free residents of a sovereign state. Pay attention to this here. The Constitution of the United States authorizes and permits the citizens of every state to reclaim and carry away their property of every kind and sort, including servants and slaves. It's not the same thing. Who are these slaves? They are black people. They are Negroes. They are African descendants. Some of them are African, complete 100% African. Okay? Some of them got one little drop. But either way, it's completely different from this indentured servitude shit that y'all talking about. The jury retired about 8 o'clock on Friday night, November 18th, and on Saturday night came in with a verdict, not guilty as to Kefauver, Rupley, and Gass, as to Myers, guilty on 3rd, 4th, and 5th counts of the indictment, not guilty as the resident. Okay? So that right there is the account of Mr. Emmanuel Myers of Maryland for kidnapping certain fugitive slaves, not indentured servants. Okay. We almost there, y'all. This one, thankfully, I couldn't find the book because then I would have been here a lot longer. Oh, no, I'm not even going into this. I'm not going to go into this. So let me go ahead and close. I'm not going to close that out. I'm just going to move that down. It was just, I had changed my mind about that. Memphis. I'm not doing that. That's going to be for some other time. What we got? Oh, yeah, but okay, so now where do I want to go with this first? Oh, yeah, I already showed y'all the Jesse James shit, so that I can just go directly into this now. But first, I need to go into the slave narratives, and then we're going to wrap this shit up with Jesse James. And I know y'all probably like, well, Jesse James, what the fuck this got to do with anything? Just watch how this shit all ties in. This is how you know this history is accurate. because we're going through the behavior, and then no matter where we go, I'm bouncing you all around within like 80 to 90 years, and it's the same type of behavior all throughout. Okay. Where am I going? I'm gonna go to the newspaper. No, I have the screenshots. Okay, that's what I'm doing. My bad, y'all. This is a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit going on. So what happens when there's a lot of cap? Who'd have thought?
That's right, yo. They should open up a store and call it Lids with all the capping they be doing.
Right. Okay, we back here, y'all. I was trying to set it up in a way where I could have just stayed here, but I couldn't get it right in time. My apologies. So I read y'all that from Encyclopedia Britannica. I want to give y'all a couple of jewels at the end of this, and that's what that is, but I'm going to run through this real quick. This is from the book Slave Narratives. I bring this up all the time. I've read this already, but it's kind of hard to, you don't really retain it. So you got to keep going back and reading it again to get little details, especially when we're having these conversations with people. It starts making me think like, yo, I read something in them narratives, so it's good to read it, get familiar with it, and it'll like something will pop up in your memory. You just go back in there and pull it back up. Age 87, Cherry Heights near Baltimore, Maryland. Interviewer Rogers, November 3rd, 1937. Now what's important in this one was when I was about 5 years old, I was sent to a private school in Baton Rouge conducted by French sisters, where I stayed until I was kidnapped in 1860. They're getting kidnapped in America. So it's not just being kidnapped from America. You see the guy was supposed to apprehend a runaway slave. And he said, take him away. You see that, right? And that's happening everywhere. This is just what's documented. This is the same thing that happens with the slave trade. Well, how many was it? Was it 5 million, 13,000, and with 8,000, 12,000? I don't give a fuck about no damn numbers. The shit happened. That's the point. And this is just what we have documented. That's it. And y'all don't even understand what y'all reading. We've been arguing with y'all for the last goddamn 7 months about this goddamn slave voyages. That shit started with Yusuf back when what's the name was still around, Tristan. Like goddamn, and they still don't get it. They still don't get the shit. So that's why we got to dig deeper. We got to push the shit on both sides. Y'all can keep staring at them records and try to play around with that, but at least we got y'all stuck in there. Now you trapped. At first y'all was trying to say the whole shit was fake. Now at least y'all saying that it's 8,000. Fuck it, it's a start. You conceded the 8,000. So yeah, she's getting kidnapped. I don't need to read all of this. Y'all know where it's going. She was kidnapped here. This is page 151 of the book. And then well, I do need to start from here. It says, after I arrived in Boulaville, I was taken to a farm near Frankfurt and installed there virtually a slave until, oh shit, did I just miss that? Yep. Hold on, I have the book right here, y'all. I got the book, don't worry.
Peace to the chat. Everybody hit that like button for Mo, because he pushing this shit.
Give me a second. Let me turn my light on. I'm gonna go to this page. Baltimore, Maryland. Okay. This is in the book. This is still page 151, but I gotta go to the next one. After I arrived in Boulaville, I was taken from a farm near Frankfurt and installed there virtually a slave until 1864, when I escaped through the kindness of a delightful Episcopalian woman from Cincinnati, Ohio. As I could not speak English, my chores were to act as a tutor and companion for the children of the Pierce Buckran Haynes, a well-known slave trader and plantation owner in Kentucky. Haynes wanted his children to speak French, and it was my duty to teach them. I was the private companion of 3 girls and 1 small boy. Each day I had to talk French and write French for them. They became very proficient in French, and I in the rudiments of the English language. Okay. So yeah, that shit was still occurring. And People can deny whatever the fuck they want to. Slavery started in 1860. Cool. It stopped 1860. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. The shit is still occurring. They're still kidnapping people all across the board. They took you from where they took you from. When you were here, you were getting kidnapped. It was calling you a Negro, and they were treating you differently. And there were indentured servitudes all around you that you were serving. You served some indentured servants, right? You were in court cases with indentured servants, or you had relationships with indentured servants. Okay, indentured servants were treated differently because they were fucking with you. So you cannot be in the same category. I don't give a fuck how ashamed y'all feel about your goddamn history. You ain't gonna duck it while I'm sitting here. Okay, turn colonization. Where do I want to start with this? When Beanville, if I'm saying that right, Beanville returned to Mobile, he was reappointed governor for his efforts towards peaceful Indian relations. During his tenure, Louisiana began to develop. Financier John Law received permission to organize the Company of the West, later known as the Mississippi Company, which controlled fur trading and mining in Louisiana. Law falsely advertised for colonists and gained 7,000 newcomers from Germany, Switzerland, and France, of whom 2,500 were released prisoners, arriving as indentured servants. One more time. Law falsely advertised for colonists and gained 7,000 newcomers from Germany, Switzerland, and France, of whom 2,500 were released prisoners, arriving as indentured servants. In 1718, Beanville took some of the settlers to establish New Orleans, choosing a strategic site at a bend in the Mississippi near Lake, I'm not going to butcher that, Lake P, in order to control goods shipped down the river. He also successfully transplanted sugarcane from the island of Martinique to the garden in New Orleans. These farmers immigrating from Germany and Switzerland were able to grow vegetables and raise cattle to help feed the French fur traders. After Baton Rouge was established in 1719, Beanville received permission to move the capital from Mobile to New Orleans in 1722 to better safeguard trade on the river. By then, settlers in New Orleans had built cypress log cabins, a hospital, a church for the Capuchin priests, arriving and Christianize the Indians. The priest established the first boys' school on St. Anne Street in 1725. By 1727, nuns began the first girls' school in the United States, Ursuline Academy, which still operates today. And hold on, I need to find the other part, because I think I just went into some other shit. By 1720, French Louisiana. Oh, yeah. By the 1720s, the French in Louisiana had purchased 6,000 slaves from Senegambia, West Africa, today's Senegal, Gambia, and Mali. French slave traders at their trading post in West Africa purchased farmers accustomed to growing rice, cotton, indigo, yams, peas, and greens. Some Africans were blacksmiths, weavers, and skilled artisans in making gold and silver jewelry. Most of the slave ships were unloaded at Fort Belize at the mouth of the Mississippi below New Orleans. Some slaves were sold in New Orleans and others shipped to Natchez or to far northern Louisiana, known as the Illinois country, to assist in producing wheat, corn, and furs to be shipped downriver. The shipment to New Orleans from the Illinois country in French boats called bateaux. I'm saying that right? Bateaux. Took 3 or 4 weeks, depending on the river current. Shipments upriver could take 3 or 4 months until steam power speed the process in the 1800s. French settlements in the Illinois territory were established at Cahokia, Fort des Chartres, St. Philip, and Prairie du Rocher. Some slaves in transit were able to escape, taking food and ammunition to hunt and fish in the swamps. These runaways became known as Maroons. Slavery in the 1720s spurred Louisiana crop production, including the rice, tobacco, and indigo. Some slaves shadowed European craftsmen and acquired the skills of locksmiths, carpenters, blacksmiths, and shippers. The Natchez district had approximately 430 settlers and 1,900 slaves. However, fewer than 10 settlers owned 900 slaves, and 50 owned the other 1,000. The remaining 370 non-slave owners existed as small farmers, traders, and artisans. Okay, so this is what's going on in Louisiana for all of these, because we have a lot of Louisiana Confucians that keep popping up on the fucking internet talking crazy as if they don't know they goddamn history. This is coming from your archive.
Wait, because I'm hella confused right now. So the Natchez is in Louisiana in Mississippi?
The Natchez is, I think that's Mississippi. There may have been an issue with the Louisiana Purchase. Remember, because they didn't really have these borders yet. This is the development of all these borders.
Oh, okay, because I was reading about the Natchez last night.
Yeah, it's in Mississippi, like officially, but they're, like Illinois country and all this stuff. This stuff wasn't set up how it was today. So you're gonna see that a lot. Just like we were looking at the West Indies shit, which they got a point on, but it's still not good enough for them. That they were considering South Carolina the West Indies.
All right.
So yeah, this is just ridiculousness amongst our people, or the people who don't claim to be our people. And this is from their archive. This is from their people. This is not a European. This is your people talking. This is from the narratives of your people. This is from Louisiana's archives. They always say on their lives, like, y'all need to come down here because all these people know they Indian and we ain't got no problems with Africans, but we just not Africans. We mixed in with the Africans, but we just not Africans. We help the Africans hide amongst us, but we just not Africans. Like, goddamn, are y'all really that fucking slow? You mixed in with the goddamn natives, right? The natives were getting obliterated and they were getting moved out of the areas because they were helping you as you were trying to revolt. And you're from a foreign land, right? So they kept you there, even though y'all already done got the mixing, right? So you do got some Indian in you. And then the Africans came there who was escaping, and then they hid with you, and you had a little more authority than these Africans who just arrived. And then those new Africans who arrived that are hiding with you, escaping, and some people being left on the plantation to be ruled over by mixed, race people, right? Those people who stay there, when the new Africans, after those new Africans arrive, the classes keeps going up. Then if you become a Christian and work your way up and suck a little of that and gargle a little bit of that, that's what happens. And now these motherfuckers confused about their identity. You did what you had to do to survive. Your family did what they had to do to survive. And love, don't have no color line and all that other crazy shit people make up. That's cool. It happened. But you're not a fucking Indian. Get your shit screwed on straight. You're not an Indian. All right. You can claim it if you want to claim it. I'm just telling you, your ass is not no goddamn Indian. Like, you ain't got nothing else. There's some other shit in there. And I guarantee you, the shit is so goddamn strong. You shouldn't really be too mad about the one drop rule because they ain't really capping. The shit's strong as a motherfucker. One day I'll show y'all, when I get my whole thing complete. But I did show y'all my grandfather already. Motherfucker got a lot of Indian blood in him. But nigga, my mother, and then to me, that shit is disappearing, bro. Y'all be going back to great-great-great-grandparents just from my grandfather having a lot of Native American blood. My mother didn't retain a lot of it, and I definitely didn't retain a lot of it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, y'all not understanding how strong your genes are. Your genes so strong, you can't even play yourself. Thanks to your ancestors. You can't play yourself. You're stuck. So you got to say DNA is fake. You got to go steal somebody's grandparent. You got to ignore your immediate grandparent and claim the second, third, fourth, fifth grandparent, as if you don't have an immediate grandparent who has native blood withering away. As you get up to you, that native blood is going to keep disappearing unless they sleep with another native. And Vanta has already told you guys that it's dependent on the epigenetic system. You don't always get those genes just because that person is a Native American. Meaning my grandfather could have just passed majority African genes and a little bit of Native American genes to my mother. Then my mother could have passed me even less or none at all. See what I'm saying? Like, y'all, it's random. It doesn't go off of who the hell that person was. And if you're not culturally connected, this is irrelevant anyway. This ain't a unification of two tribes. How y'all be trying to make it seem, I'm from the creek and we mixed with the Choctaws, but that was it. Where the fuck that's at? Where's this unification at? The hell is going on here? Okay, that's what happened, y'all. The page that I copied, I put it down here at the end. So this was it right here. Supposed to be that page. All right. Mary doesn't know her age. What did I want from here? There was something in here. She ran into Jesse James, I think. And then I'm gonna wrap it up. New Orleans. Okay, Mary doesn't know her age. To tell you the final dating of 11 years old. May. Hey, patch by patch. Abomination. Want to take it. What's all about? Oh, what in the world? I think I got the wrong page. 1720s. This is okay. Come on, James. Where is it? That's the other page I was looking for. English language. That's not it. I could have sworn it was this one. He does the best he can. It won't give him any work. I don't know. He manages to pay rent. Hold on a second, y'all. I might have to go directly to the book. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. I know what I'm going to do. Give me 1 second. Sorry for the blank screen. Let me go back to Chain to the Land. Let me borrow this book again. I know it's sad, y'all. We should be able to sit here and put like a picture up on the screen and just read, but we can't do that today because there's a lot of deception. So we got to be very, very, very meticulous with this shit. We can't play no games with it. So it's going to take time. Got to go back and pull up the source accurately. We're looking for Jesse James. See if we can pull it up. There we go. Jesse James page. Where's the part that I want? The part that I want is, this shit is in my way. Edward Ashley. He had a big orchid. Now slave desire to prepare. Have to say Mars, man, I prepare. Nothing. Yada yada yada. One night. There we go. One night. Here comes Jesse. This is interesting how this occurs. Let me paste this. Oh my word. Now this was supposed to go, I think, like right here. I'm just at the bottom. So fix this shit later. Oh, that's what's going on. It's pasting the same thing over and over instead of what I just copied. Gotcha. Try this again. See what the hell the problem is. Boom. Copy. Scroll down here. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to leave out of this and come back if something's happening. It's not, it's only keeping, it's copying the same thing over and over and over. Oh no, there it is. Damn, as soon as I unshare, this might be some type of glitch. Get back, y'all. Hold on.
You got to know the dirt.
I ain't getting the dirt right at all right now. God damn, what the fuck? I just finished that logo too last night. You gotta know the dirt. Freedom. All right, here we go, y'all. I ain't got to go too deep into this. I just want to show y'all that this is present in the yo, bro. If I'm not a fuck up, I don't know what the hell I am. Let me go. I gotta have a first page. I gotta have a nigga name on them. Edward Ashley. Boom. Okay. Okay, y'all see that, right? Edward Ashley. Edward Ashley, now 83 years of age, related to the following story. Robert Ashley, his wife, and son Edward were slaves of Mr. Henry Goodrich. You can go look up Mr. Henry Goodrich, and I'm sure there's some information on this fake ass person who owned slaves that were just indentured servants, right? Right? Geniuses, TikTok scholars, right? Go find it. All right, so now this is the part I want y'all to pay attention to, so I can go ahead and wrap this up. One night, Robert and his family were assembled in his cabin. Someone knocked at the door. On opening, they were confronted with two men who asked to be sheltered for the night and put their horses in a stable to be fed. Robert hesitated. Then one of the men said, "I am Jesse James. You know what crimes I have committed. I need shelter for myself, my brother, and horses. Now, if you refuse, I will leave you here dead." Dig that? Jesse James claimed he had not slept in 20 nights, ducking here and there. He then asked, "How far are the woods from here?" Edward, the son, answered, 1 mile. 1 mile. Jesse looked at his brother and said, "That's the place, Frank." Hearing Robert tell his wife that ain't Jesse James, he spoke up and said, "Just look at my hand. My thumb has been shot off." The brothers went to went to bed and slept. You could hear the snore clear across the road. Next morning, after breakfasting and after looking the horses over, they took their leave, warning Edward and his parents that if anyone inquired about two men passing, deny it. After that, they left about 1 o'clock that day. Two men came. The interviewer here switches briefly to Edward's first person account. "So I said, Pa, to," bear with me, y'all. I said, "Pa, two were men at gate. I's going to hide me. So I went and hide. The men said, 'Did you see two men pass here?' Pa answered, 'Yes.' 'Were they riding fast?' 'Yes.' 'Who were you after all?' 'We are detectives from New York.' 'Well, if you catch up with them, you will have to do some shooting.'" The interviewer here returns to a third person telling, "The detectives were told that the men had inquired the distance to the woods." Hearing this, the detectives said, "Do you know that there were worse desperados in the country? Do you know that they are the worst desperados in the country?" That was 100 miles deep and full of wild animals. Robert heard 2 days after the detectives had been killed in a cotton field on the other side of the wood. So these are things you can go verify. This is the deep thing about the slave narrative, right? A slave narrative sometimes includes events contemporary to other events. Huh? That's the same way we dissect the Bible. That's the same way we find anachronisms in any historical record, especially religion. When you're talking about this is the word of God and this is a historical record, right? You can do the same thing with slave narratives. If you want to debunk it, you can't just throw the whole thing in the trash and go, "Nah, that's fake. It's fake." Well, it's lining up with actual historical records, though. Detectives that were unalive are real people who were unalive. That location where they were unalive is real. Okay. And then so from there, I want to go into the praise. There's praise that this person gets. Up to see here. Oh, well, let me share it first. We're going to go to Wikipedia, but I can do that, right? You just make sure your ass don't go to Wikipedia if you don't know how to properly research. Yeah, so I'm speaking for my damn self. I can go to Wikipedia. Try me on Wikipedia if you want to. You won't lose. Try me, nigga. So it says right here, this is Jesse James. Jesse Woodson James, September 5th, 1847, April 3rd, 1882, was an American outlaw, bank and train robber, guerrilla, and leader of the James Younger Gang. Raised in the Little Dixie area of western Missouri, James and his family maintained strong Southern sympathies. He and his brother Frank James joined pro-Confederate guerrillas known as bushwhackers operating in Missouri and Kansas during the American Civil War. As followers of William Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson, they were accused of committing atrocities against Union soldiers and civilian abolitionists, including the Centralia Massacre in 1864. After the war, various gangs of outlaws, Jesse and Frank, robbed banks, stagecoaches, get down off them horses, and trains across the Midwest, gaining national fame and often popular sympathy despite the brutality of their crimes. The James members of their own gang from 1866 until 1876, when as a result of their attempted robbery of a bank in Northfield, Minnesota, several members of the gang were captured or killed. They continued in crime for several years afterward, recruiting new members, but came under increasing pressure from law enforcement seeking to bring them justice. On April 3rd, 1882, Jesse James was shot and killed by Robert Ford, a new recruit to the gang who hoped to collect a reward on James' head and a promised amnesty for his previous crimes. Already a celebrity in life, James became a legendary figure of the Wild West after his death. So you see, they're getting praise in the South and in his home state. And I'm pretty sure there's other people who praise him. Now I've ran into different yard sales and people in the Midwest and in the South that have, T-shirts and, you can see them at casinos and shit. They got the T-shirts on, they got the tattoos on their arm and shit like that. It's on their fucking jackets, and the bikers got them on their jackets and motorcycles and their trucks and all this shit. They praise these people who went against their fucking government, right? But it's a disgrace when a person who's stolen, a Negro is stolen, tries to, fight against their slave masters. They need the gospel and they're savages and something is wrong with them, and they're not supposed to be praised for what the fuck they're doing. They're demons following, the works of Satan, as you will see in that with the Negroes without the gospel. They make it seem like we have demons or some shit. To these people, this is fair game. They'll talk their shit about them, but they're people. They're getting behind them. Our people don't seem to have that. Our people are not even looking to have a conversation about what they think our people should have done in the past. They're just saying it never happened. They didn't fight. They were all pussy. What the fuck are we doing? It didn't happen. And if it did happen, they pussy. That y'all completely disconnected from reality. But now I'm about to go to a quick Library of Congress, and then I'm done, just to give a little bit of insight on the praise and shit that they were getting. Where's that window at? Is it Jesse James? I got two Jesse James windows up. What's this one? Okay, let me close that. Boom. Sheesh. We at the end, y'all. We are at the end. This is the last one. Well, I'm going to give y'all a bunch of sources after this. So this is the last thing I'm reading besides those sources. I'm going to let y'all get. Library of Congress, Memphis Massacre. No. The Jesse James. There we go. Okay. Jesse James. Topics and Chronicling of America. This is a great source for chronicling the America, right? Jesse James and the James Younger Gang were feared outlaws in the antebellum America. in antebellum America. This guide provides access to materials related to Jesse James and the chronicling America digital collection of historic newspapers. Jesse James and the James gang were some of the most feared outlaws of antebellum America, cast as heroes by some and villains by others. The former Confederate guerrillas robbed banks and trains across America for in Northfield, Minnesota, however, proved a harbinger of the gang's demise. If you want to read more, you can click there, read some more. The information in this guide focuses on primary source materials found in the digitized historic newspapers for the digital collection chronicling America. The timeline below highlights important dates related to the topic, and a section of this guide provides some suggested search strategies for further research in the collection. And here goes a picture. Jesse James, the bandit, from the last photograph he had taken. Jesse James, the bandit, from the last photograph, 1882, the Bourbon News, Millersburg, Kentucky, Image 1, Chronicling America, Historic American Newspapers. Okay. So he was praised, right? They're not history, they're owning it. This guy's praised for what he did, and those people who don't agree with it, they just don't agree with it. But it's their history, and that's what the fuck it is. Those people were against each other, and that was their battle, because some people wanted slavery, some people didn't. Some people wanted industrialism. They wanted industry with, machinery, and some people wanted to just work the slaves on the field. They had their differences, and they fought. People lost. That was the end of it. For some reason, we are not allowed to take L's. If we take any type of L, and we still have this in our community, if somebody unalives one of your friends, somehow you become a bitch. You can't take a L for some reason. And I don't get what the hell it is. Like, it's a loss. That's what happens. You lost your job. Now you got to hurry up and do something illegal, go crazy and act stupid and wild. You lost your job instead of getting up and getting back on your feet and finding a way to get back to, where you want to be at. We got to get out of this. Our leaders can't take L's. They can't, Umar Johnson can't have a incident. That's it. Throw them out. Those are my ancestors. They took a loss. I don't lose. This is my land. Nope. All they did. I've been on my land this whole time. Nobody ever touched me. Ain't nobody ever touched me. You ever heard somebody say that shit? Ain't nobody ever put their hands on me. I wish the nigga would put his hands on me. Well, you must have never been in the streets. You must have never actually been in no actual type of crime, because everybody gets his hands put on it at some point or another. One way or another, somebody can put a hand on you, bullet on you, knife on you, something on your ass, right? If you're involved in that type of life. If you ducked it, good. Stay the hell away from it. And let me just give y'all these sources, and I'm done. Because there's some other shit I wanted y'all to check out. Yeah, so y'all gotta pay attention to that. If y'all notice, I pointed out the behaviors, and I also showed y'all that this stuff is all actually connected. The people stealing and the selling things to get other goods that they're not supposed to have, even money in some cases. When you read more on these sources I'm giving you, or that I've already gave you, you're going to see that this is how some of them got money to purchase people's freedom. They were stealing. They're using the slave masters' gold and silver. They was in a house taking shit from them that they were not supposed to have. And they would get money from other people for it, selling it at a price. They don't have any money at all. So when they get some gold, they don't really care what the fuck is worth. Here, take this, give me some money. I'm trying to get the fuck up out of here. Plotting their escapes and shit. It wasn't even all about purchasing your freedom. Sometimes it was just to have some money because you about to get the fuck up out of there. You don't want to be running around with no money in your pocket. You need something to bargain with, right? You can run with a bag of rice, and that's just for you to eat, but you need 3 because you might have to trade with somebody along the way, right? But yeah, it's multifaceted. Let me go back to the fight for freedom. But it's all linked in. The narratives lead you to other incidents that happen. Those incidents that happen lead you to the private talking of these different reverends. Those reverends and what they're talking about lead you all the way up to what the fuck people are talking about now and how their mentality is screwed up. It's all connected. This is it. There's no way this didn't happen. because it explains why the fuck our people are in the position that they in today. It explains it. Other than that, what the hell is it? That means that everything they're saying in that book, matter of fact, everything white supremacists say and everything that's in that book, The Negroes Without the Gospel, they're correct about it. The savagery, impulsiveness, and we have no morals and principles. We're feeble-minded and mentally retarded and all that shit. We have the mind of a 7-month-old baby still in the womb, a 7-month-old fetus. Then they would be correct. Because what would your excuse be, Indian, if you were just here on the land and they just took your land from you? That's it. And y'all warred with each other and you just lost. Well, damn, we got some problems in our community then. We might need to all be evaluated. So here is some more escapes. I didn't want to go through all of them and take up a whole bunch of time. Henry Box Brown's escape.
That's right. Henry Box motherfucking Brown. Y'all don't know about Henry Box Brown.
That's his narrative. The narrative of the life of Henry Box Brown, written by himself. Not a European, Manchester, printed by Lee and Glenn. Brown's unique escape by shipping himself in a box from the south to the north is recorded in this narrative. Harriet Tubman, the person that doesn't exist. Bradford, Sarah H., 1869, Scenes in the Life of Harriet Tubman, Auburn, W.J. Moses. Tubman's multiple journeys into the South to rescue slaves put her at the top of many slaveholders' most wanted list. Now, all of that bullshit with the Dane smokers and shit, when they're pointing out little things that people exaggerated, that happens. There's some exaggerations in there, but the person still existed. And the key things to pay attention to that happened still happened. They just exaggerated numbers and exaggerated little things that happened in her bedroom and what she was doing when she was on her porch smoking a cigar. The exaggerations do not take away that this is a real account. It just means that some shit was exaggerated. There were some embellishments, right? Okay. The escape of Ellen and William Craft. Craft, William, 1860, running 1,000 miles for freedom, or the escape of William and Ellen Craft from slavery, London, William Tweedy. The Craft's dramatic escape, where Ellen posed as a white man and William as her servant, is chronicled in this narrative. Nigga, we don't stop. We don't stop it. It doesn't end. The Confessions of Nat Turner. Now, in this case, he's not really, technically, he's not a runaway slave, but this is still important to this case because it's a fight for freedom. Because we don't fight. We don't do anything. While we're sitting here pushing your shit in right now. So it's crazy, right? The irony. Turner, Nat and Thomas R. Gray, 1831, The Confessions of Nat Turner, the leader of the late insurrection in the South, in Southampton, VA, Baltimore, TR. And this stuff is posted up all VA. So take a visit. Take a visit to this shit. It's in Maryland and DC too. Take a visit around the whole DMV. It's shit posted up everywhere about this fucking history. Right there and near these placards and shit and these posts, and stand right there and say it didn't happen and just stay there for a little bit. I want to see y'all do that on live. Stand right there in front of that shit and tell the people there in Maryland, DC, and Virginia that shit is cap. Stand right there and do it on TikTok live. I want to watch that live. It's going to be your last one. While not an escape, the manhunt for Nat Turner after the slave revolt, he led it extensively documented. Harriet Jacobs, in her autobiography, Incidents of the Life of a Slave Girl, Jacobs described her experiences as a slave, her escape, and her 7 years in hiding. While she successfully escaped to the north, the details of her experience provided insight into the dangers faced by fleeing slaves, fleeing workers. They're workers. Why are all these workers running away, and why are you hunting down workers? Who the fuck does that? Who does that? Has anybody's job ever chased them down and hunted them? When does this happen? What are y'all talking about? Jacobs H., 1861, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, Boston, published for the author, Frederick Douglass. Didn't know he was too, did you? Didn't you? Frederick Douglass, 1855, My Bondage, My Freedom, New York, Miller, Orton, and Mulligan. This autobiography details Douglass' life, including the escape from slavery in Maryland, runaway slave advertisements. You can find these in newspapers. Solomon Northup's abduction and escape. 12 Years a Slave. Y'all already know about that one. All right, so that was just a few more sources that I wanted to give y'all, because that would have been a lot if I ran through all of the highlights from that shit. And with that being said, I am finished. Peace, y'all.
God damn, son. Fucking bodies everywhere. Pick them up. Pick them up. Fucking crazy in here today.
Spray raid on them. Stomp on them. I don't know what you do.
Get them out of here.
To the lab and do fucking experiments on them. Open their brains up and see what the fuck happens. Something's going on.
Out of here. Ain't none of these bitch ass niggas showed up either. We had all of our party shit out. We've had the balloons out. We had the spoons. You know how you put your spoons in your part. You know, come on to the show. Come to the party. We sent out invitations. Come smoke with us. Pre-rolls all over the table.
Right.
The niggas ain't show up.
No, y'all can't smoke with me.
Damn, what a good day. Hey, thanks to everybody that's in the chat that hung in there with us. You know how we get down with the information. Feel free to rewind this joint on the replay, catch it, roll you up something nice, sit back and smoke. Because we killed it today. Sleepy in the motherfucking
sleep. And the chat, yeah, they definitely got some babies. That boy didn't show up. Damn.
Yeah,
that's 5 hours in.
Yeah, we've been here, man.
Didn't show up. He said he couldn't wait. I can't wait.
I'm gonna be there. Y'all need to be
all
there.
My receipts. He said I'm gonna bring them big long Kroger receipts.
All them joints.
Wrapping his ass off.
That Joe dude, he said he's not coming to the YouTube to bring the information because he's doing stuff with his son. But he said later on, we're on TikTok. Yeah, that one guy that Empress cussed out.
Oh shit. Damn.
He said later on, if we're on TikTok, invite him. Send him an invite. Like, why the fuck these niggas scared to go to YouTube?
Yeah, they like we gonna like.
I don't want to do that shit on the small ass fucking screen.
Hey, listen, I was nervous on the first one. Shit, on the first time I went on Sonetta, I was nervous, and I went on the I went on a couple of big people's platforms and shit while they was loud. Like, and it was, you get kind of nervous, but you just, as long as you're not lying, and you telling the truth, it's really not. You're just nervous because people are looking at you and shit. It's just they're nervous on a different level. Like you have like a stage fright that's natural. You do it, it's out the way. You get the hang of it. You don't want to look like you don't know what you're doing or fumble over your words, or you're not gonna know everywhere. You understand, like, yo, I don't need to be perfect. I'm just out here trying to deliver the message. Boom, boom. You know, you get past all of that, right? I slipped up, get back up. Let me finish my choreograph, right? These people know they're lying, so they're afraid of what somebody gonna say after that. If I make a mistake, jump in, somebody in the chat jump in, suit and jump in, whatever. Like, hey, wait, actually. That's the wrong journal. That's the one. It's an updated one. Go to this one. Or that word, you said it wrong, or whatever. You skip the line. Some shit, you go, oh, my bad. And you correct it and you keep moving. These niggas are full of complete crap. So their whole shit becomes trash. That gives you a lot more fear because you know you full of shit. It's like going to the goddamn precinct knowing you guilty. We need you to come up here. We just want to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah,
you're like, oh shit, you're gonna be nervous, and you might not show up depending on what the fuck it is. You know, you've done. You might run.
I get more nervous on TikTok lives than I do over this channel. I'm more comfortable though, actually, because I can.
I'm never nervous on TikTok.
Right. Yeah, I'm nervous. No, the reason why I'm nervous on TikTok is because I don't want people to think that I'm just talking. When I'm over here, I could just pull this shit up. Like,
there you go.
Real
That's
quick. Sometimes on TikTok, I don't feel like holding the camera and I'm doing all that stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of
my first couple of TikTok lives, Mo was like, don't worry, I'm going to walk you through this shit. Because I got claustrophobia, bro. I'm nervous as shit around a lot of fucking people. I get quiet. And that nigga Mo was like, now look, this is the strangest shit, right? We barely knew each other. We was up, I think, was it 10, 11 hours strong, pushing people's shit in.
They was begging me to go to my live. They was like, go back to your live. I said, nah, nigga, I'm doing something right now.
We cooking.
And I needed to go, get my book, yo, because that shit was sucking me in. I'll be up there like for 2 days. Like I'll lead them on a live and go do what the fuck I'm doing and lead a live rolling. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave that to plug it up and leave the shit rolling, come back, they still in there talking and shit, add people, go back to what I'm doing. And then I was like, man, I gotta get back to my goddamn book, you know. And so there was really nobody else that was really going upside people's head like I was going upside their head. They was just up there like, but me and him understood that this is a danger to our community. You see what I'm saying? So we'll meet you with the education. You want to make threats, talk about hell, we'll go upside your head, and we'll get disrespectful, like you don't care about my life or my people's life. So I'm gonna show you what I think about your God. We were on the same page, high five, and other people be like, I ain't on that type of time. They'll mute up and get the fuck out of there. And we the only one lasting, no matter which angle we was going. So I was like, nah, man, he gotta go live, and he just couldn't see the vision. So I had to like sit there with him, and he didn't really know he was on live. He's like, "Hey, yo, I forgot we live." I was like, "Yeah, that's how smooth it is. Natural. You think you're thinking that shit? You just go up there and give them your personality. The people who fucking with you, fuck with you. Fuck the people who don't fuck with you. We ain't worried about them.
You ain't worried about them niggas." And shout out to everybody who fuck with us. We appreciate y'all.
Word.
That's on the real.
Peace to the chat, y'all. Thanks for showing up and supporting.
Thanks for supporting.
You know,
cash apps, all that. Hey, Susan, are you pushing tonight?
You already come on, bro.
And you know this, man. You already know this. Shit. Look, man, I tell you what, let me go ahead and wrap it up. It's kind of late on my end anyway. And
no, because you're gonna try to go to sleep, bro. You gotta stay up.
Are you doing an overnight push?
Yeah, just take a nap.
That's what I do. I be like, hey, y'all, I'm gonna take a nap.
Handle your business and don't get in trouble. Don't get in trouble with your kids and your wife and shit. You know, don't get in trouble, man. Get your shit, because we be slipping up doing that sometimes. But you know, got a little window hop in, push some shit back.
Yeah, man. You know, if y'all talking about Islam, I'll wake the fuck up. And I'm gonna start doing.
They're gonna show up. The Islamic niggas.
Yeah, that was fun this morning. I'm like, yo, I should do this more often. That shit was fun, man. Them early morning AM joints.
Man, I caught that. I think y'all sent the message through the ether, the 15 ether Akashic shit.
I tried to sing
and yo, because I got up, and I was like, let me check and see if he on YouTube. I don't even know why. I don't usually check at no damn 9 or 10 o'clock, but I got up at 9, checked it, went to sleep, got up at 10, checked it. And I did not go to TikTok, where I wish I would have just opened TikTok up. But I try to stay the fuck away from TikTok until a certain time.
Dog, I feel
that shit be pulling you in.
Yeah, like I woke up, man, and I was just like, let's go.
Just like we're suiting on fries, nigga. You want a large, extra large, you want a crispy, you want a salt, no salt, what you need.
So maybe the AM push hit a little different than the PM push though. But the overnight push is wow. Y'all, you don't know what can happen overnight.
Yeah, anything can happen.
When the club let out, niggas is tipsy, and they come to the TikTok.
Parking lot.
That fucking overnight John be wilding. Shit.
but yeah, y'all, we're gonna catch y'all on the other side, man. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Susan, man. I appreciate all y'all brothers. Shout out to Rob. He couldn't make it, but he asked about everybody. And he'll be on,
man. Y'all stay tuned for the next one, man. I'm out. Peace. Well, I'll see y'all on the other side.
All right, brother. Follow us on Tickety Talk.
Yeah, y'all give me probably 8:30. I gotta finish cooking for these.
That's on your time.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it'll be like an hour from now.
Bet. All right.
Here's 7:35. Where you at? What is it? 9?
It's like right at 8:30-ish.
Yeah. Okay. So at your 9:35, I'll be
Okay. I got you.
All right, y'all.
Now we know what time it is, but let's say poor always coming in the line well rested.
Right.
Refreshed like
who said something about Islam? Right. I'm fresh. I just woke up. Shit.
Got all my books dusted off. Man, I love y'all, man. Peace out, family. Go ahead and close it out, man. I'll catch up with you.
All right, bro. Y'all, thanks for the cash apps, and I'll see y'all in about an hour.
And there you have it. Another one. Volume 15. I can't believe I've been hanging with these brothers for 15 weeks consistently every Saturday. We could be doing other shit, but we ain't. We right here giving you guys the business, and I appreciate it. Follow him on TikTok. Make sure you like this before you leave. Please like this. Please share this so the algorithm can get jumping. Thank you guys for all y'all support and just hanging out with us today. If you want to support the team, go ahead and go to portcity.com. Hit the Cash App if you really, really, really appreciate us. Beatrice, if you are in the comments, your necklaces are on their way. All right, your necklaces are on their way. I'm always late. I'm a one-man show when it comes to getting the stuff out. I promise you I will deliver. It will be on time. Who that, Mo, up in here? What's up? You come back, Mo? Okay, he gone. But yeah, Beatrice, your merch is coming. I got you. And shout out to everybody else that have ordered from the store. I appreciate each and one of you guys. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close out with my intro music, because that's the jam and that's the joint. Peace, y'all. Y'all might see me hop up on the live. Yeah, no doubt, Beatrice. Shout out to Beatrice, everybody. Follow her on TikTok. And man, look at her book selection, yo. It's crazy. You coming back in here? Oh shit. I keep thinking Mo's coming back, but he's not. But yeah, shout out to Beatrice, man. Follow her on TikTok, man. She's got a mean book collection, yo. Every book that we talk about, she ended up getting. So we appreciate it. Shout out to Val B. Suiton's in the building, Taylor's in the building. Everybody, shout out to all of y'all. And I'm gonna close out real quick. Signing out, everybody. Catch Suiton on his TikTok. All right, peace.
Let us roll.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.